He was arrested in a cyber cafe in Dubai, undertaking the fraudulent activities together with others, as has been pointed out. And electronically, we also have to bear in mind that once your details are violated, it's possible that even if you are here, somebody else will be using your activities. And I have had this kind of experience myself, where at one time, my Visa card was being used in a country that I had not stepped into. And I had to write officially to the institution to confirm to them and give them details of my passport and travel to show that I was never in that country. So once your electronic details are taken, it is possible that somebody can continue misusing those details for their personal gain. So it's important that we all are vigilant on this. We will nevertheless take up the matter again with our mission and see what more can be done to assist in enabling Kariuki to have access to legal support so that he can be able to deal with his challenges. The issue of the hotlines are well taken. On Pareo, again, I would seek that we get proper details because we have no idea who Monica is. So I would appeal that the member can communicate officially with more details to us so that the ministry can have a starting point in the follow-up process of this other individual. Now, Mr. Speaker, the point I wanted to raise, without in any way casting aspersion as to the innocence or guilt of the individuals that are in this particular question, I just want to state that we have over 1,000 Kenyans incarcerated in different countries for various reasons. Some misdemeanors and some serious offenses that have been committed. It is not our wish that we see these Kenyans languishing in various places. But I would like us to acknowledge that it is important that we engage in a collective campaign as leaders to be able to convey, especially to the young people, because we have a demographic issue here. The young people are the ones who are really traveling, and they constitute 70% of our population. They are not informed about certain consequences. It is our duty, collectively, to start conveying messages of awareness to our young people in all our constituencies in the country that they should be cautious, because landing into trouble there can be very painful. You can be isolated, you can be alone, and by the time somebody discovers you are in trouble somewhere, it may be too late. So this is a message that I would want to appeal through you, Mr. Speaker, so that we advise our young people about that. The second point, Mr. Speaker, is the hard truth that also needs to go out. And the hard truth is this, that Parliament, as they allocate resources, Parliament does not allocate resources for the government of Kenya to continuously bail out Kenyans who have landed into the wrong side of the law in various countries. I think it is important for this to be appreciated because all resource allocation is done here, and therefore our people should know that as much as it's a constitutional obligation to safeguard Kenyans, we must also be realistic and tell Kenyans that they have to obey the law. Once the wheels are up, the law in play is the law of that country. And even here, in our own country, if somebody is on the wrong side of the law, you face the consequences procedurally. So we must also alert our people that we cannot have a society where we are being pressurized. Parliament indirectly is pressurized through the ministry to be providing money, to be bailing out people who have been involved in unlawful activities. So, Mr. Speaker, through you, I just want to appeal that we become cognizant of this and we communicate to our Kenyans so that we don't face further embarrassment as we go forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question 035, 2025, Honorable Cynthia Muge. Yes, Wanjala, what is it?
Mr. Speaker, thank you, because the Minister for Foreign Affairs is here. Mr. Speaker, we people in Busia who live along the lake, people in Kisumu County who live along the lake, people from Abay who live along the lake, and people of Migori who live along the lake, and that is Lake Victoria, which is a shared resource. Mr. Speaker, our people have severally landed into problems just because they have gone to fish. The boundary is not indicated, but they are arrested by the Ugandans who keep on extorting them. If they don't have that money, they are taken to jails in Uganda, and there is many of them there. When you report to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, it has really done little. That we go even further as a people to go and raise money to help these people. But they have not intervened as a government that this is a shared resource by our people crossing to come and do fishing, and fish are fish are bred in Kenya. They only cross into deeper seas, they are arrested. What is the ministry doing to ensure now they show us or they demarcate, because they had started demarcating the boundaries. And I think at that time, Honorable Speaker, you were the Minister for Foreign Affairs at that time when they were trying to demarcate, but it stopped somewhere. When are they going to prioritize to demarcate the boundary between Kenya and Uganda in Lake Victoria?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say that this process is ongoing. The issue of the demarcation, because we have a department, the KIBO, Kenya International Boundaries Organization, and it's only 2 weeks ago that they gave me a brief on the progress that they are making. Normally, this is a collaborative effort between the countries, and both countries must work in harmony and in tandem. So it's an ongoing process. We have covered substantial parts of our boundaries, but others remain. And the area you mentioned is one of the areas where we are consulting so that we work together with the government of Uganda and indeed even the government of Tanzania when we are looking at the boundaries in the Lake Victoria area. And it's not easy. It's a very expensive exercise, but I want to assure you it's ongoing. However, we will continue with our diplomatic efforts to always mitigate and intervene in areas that you speak of. When I was making reference to the wrong side of the law, Mr. Speaker, I was not talking of the kind of situation that we find ourselves with through the fishing. I was talking of the wrong side of the law where some Kenyans are involved in either drug trafficking, human trafficking, and some of those areas. And I really plead that the Kenyans, especially those who want to go out of the country, please consult with the ministry so that we also advise you on the hotspots in some of these areas, and we avoid you going there because some of them have landed in these difficult areas because they never consulted. Thank you.
Cynthia Muge.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide a report detailing the data and statistics of all children born to Kenyan mothers whom, according to Saudi Arabia laws, are non-citizens, and the steps being taken by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs to process their exit permits? That's question number one. Number two, could the Cabinet Secretary clarify whether there are any actions to address the challenges faced by stateless children born to Kenyan mothers, particularly in cases where former employers have confiscated the passports of the mothers and ensuring that their rights are fully protected? And the last question, could the Cabinet Secretary, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, state the measures put in place to ensure timely processing of the DNA samples collected from Kenyan mothers and their children, including the timelines of processing and issuance of exit permits for these children? Those are my questions, Honorable Speaker, and the Prime Cabinet Secretary should know that this is a very emotive issue where children who are born to Kenyan mothers living in Saudi Arabia cannot access medical care and cannot access education because they are considered not to be eligibly in the country
No
and do not even
speech
have...
after the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would wish to respond as follows. One, the government is apprised of the matter of children born to Kenyan mothers in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The number of children born to Kenyan mothers in our records as of now are 388. The processing of exit visas is done by the government of Saudi Arabia upon application by the individual. The mission assists Kenyans with children to apply for the exit visa, negotiate for waiver of the accumulated dependency fees, and follow up until they exit. On the clarity as to whether there are steps taken to address the challenges faced by stateless children born to Kenyan mothers, particularly in cases where former employers have confiscated the passports of the mothers, we wish to respond as follows. A, Article 14.1, as read with Clause 30 of the 6th Schedule of the Constitution of Kenya, stipulates that a person is a citizen by birth if on the day of the person's birth, whether or not the person is born in Kenya, either the mother or the father of the person is a citizen. This provision outlines the principle of citizenship by parentage, thus granting automatic citizenship to children born abroad to Kenyan citizens. Therefore, in principle, we do not have children born of Kenyans in Saudi Arabia or elsewhere who are stateless. All that the parents need to do so as to apply for identification documents for them from the embassy in Riyadh or the consulate in Jeddah. 3, in instances where the parents have no passports, they apply for replacement through the embassy. In the alternative, the embassy issues them with emergency travel documents to enable them return to Kenya. Lack of a passport is not an impediment to acquisition of vital documents or repatriation. The third aspect of the question is that, as stated earlier, 707 DNA samples for children and their parents were collected for analysis. They were all processed and results shared with the parents to enable them apply for birth certificates and travel documents for the children. And the ministry continues to assist in this process so that we can have the DNA procedures undertaken as soon as possible.
Cynthia?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I am a bit confused by the statement or the answer. Of course, I appreciate the efforts and the fact that the ministry is keeping proper records. If not all of it, at least it's appreciated that there is some of it. The other item, that is the question number 2, about the mothers who have had their passports confiscated. You know, I think the Prime Cabinet Secretary is speaking to an ideal situation. Honorable Speaker, I'm trying to address the real situation on the ground in Saudi Arabia. Those mothers have gotten themselves a name called Kemboi. Kemboi means runaways. These are people who have zero documents. And Honorable Speaker, someone who is already running away from I don't know what cannot honestly walk into one of those offices to take part in a whole process that the Prime Cabinet Secretary is speaking to. And again, Honorable Speaker, I would like the Prime Cabinet Secretary to clarify, what do the laws of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia say about citizenship in Saudi Arabia? Because, Honorable Speaker, from where I sit and from the little knowledge I know about the laws of Saudi Arabia, one, you cannot transfer citizenship to that child unless the father actually transfers it to that child in that country, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, the other part is about the travel, emergency travel documents. If this was working, Honorable Speaker, we'll have all these women, all these girls who have children running back home if it was as easy as you snap and you get it. So I want clarification on those two matters, Honorable Speaker. Otherwise, the other items, I think I'm satisfied with them. The fact that they have been able to collect samples to help them process their documents, I think that is very progressive, and I appreciate the Prime Cabinet Secretary's office for the same.
Dagala?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I just want to ask this, a Kenyan from Shamahoho, Vihiga County, who died in, I think it's in Abu Dhabi, by the name Elizabeth Chausi, of passport holder AK 117992441. I want to know what the ministry is, which steps the ministry is taking, because this is a distressed family, is a family that cannot manage to retrieve the remains of their relative back to Shamahoho for burial. I want the PCS to tell us how the ministry is going to assist this family bring their kin back home to accord her a decent burial. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Raso? Dida Raso?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to ask the PCS. One is about Kenyans registering themselves to the Kenyan embassy in Saudi Arabia. Apparently, a lot of problems we see emanating from different regions. I think Saudi Arabia comes worse. So for that reason, how much registration takes place? And secondly, we sign labor agreement with some of these countries. Why would they confiscate travel documents or passport from Kenyans if they are legally in those countries? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, let's take one more joyrider, the last one on this. Basil?
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the CS. We have Kenyan children, Kenyan single mothers whose exit visas for children are denied for bearing children outside marriage. So what is the ministry doing to sort this particular issue, Mr. Speaker?
What is your question?
I'm talking of exit visas for children who are born outside marriage, detained in Saudi Arabia. So what is the ministry doing about this issue, Mr. Speaker?
Ferdinand, a child is a child whether parents are married or not. Isn't that the case? Yes.
Mr. Speaker,
I've already given to Ferdinand.
Mr. Speaker, I think our country is having a lot of problems, and very many of us have relatives, neighbors, what have you, who have run to the Middle East, Qatar, UAE, of course, and Saudi Arabia. I just want to find out whether the minister could have a program to be able to actually sensitize those who are going to these places before they leave, so that other than asking members of parliament, we may not be able to reach most of the people going to this Middle East, because we have so many Kenyans. I have a cousin of mine who left almost 8 years ago. I don't even know where she is, whether she's dead or alive. But we'll be able to have a program to be able to have people going to Middle East be sensitized on how to handle the situation in the Middle East. Thank you.
PCS, you can answer those.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to revisit the issue of the DNA. The DNA process is very personal, and the details you get out of it, you must make sure are not falling into the wrong hands. So one of the things, as we have done the samples, we take them there. They are given to the individuals in confidence, because sometimes the DNA could prove something else. And one of the issues why this process of DNA verification is very, very rigid with the Saudi government is that there's also worry that some people may be involved in child trafficking. So they are very rigorous in the sense that, and it means that they have had cases, not necessarily from Kenyans, but from other people who have claimed that those are their children, when in fact they may not be their children, and this has caused the challenge that we are facing as Kenya today. But I want to state that when I said moving to present documents, it is to the Kenyan embassy. If a Kenyan comes to a Kenyan embassy and says that I've lost my papers, there'll be no other conditionality. In fact, there's no conditionality at all. We'll start processing and verifying because there are mechanisms to do so. So I just want to assure that the others will continue to sensitize that we are talking of them reporting to the Kenyan embassy and not to another embassy for them to get assistance. I also want to point out that we will look at the detail for the person from Shamahoho. We will follow up on that so that we can communicate to the House on that specific individual. I would also say the same. I think there was another person as well. There was somebody, Elizabeth Chausi. We are able to send funds to them for repatriation, Elizabeth Chausi. Now, I also, the Honorable Russo, you raised a very fundamental issue that the frequency of concerns of issues emanating from some of these areas. Indeed, it is a matter we have now taken very seriously because it's a pattern and we are engaging from a diplomatic angle to refine our engagement with them so that we can have a process, a stage where we have eliminated this kind of challenges that we are facing. Because some people have gone innocently to work and they find themselves in very awkward predicaments. We are also working very closely with law enforcement agencies. This is the DCI. We want to work also with the EACC and others, because some of the entities that have been luring Kenyans without the due process, without the due procedure, are some of those that have caused this kind of situation that we are facing, where Kenyans move in and they were not processed properly. For instance, the ministry has what you'd call pre-departure protocols to advise them on what to expect, as the Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi was saying, with their process to be sensitized before they leave. There are some who prefer not to go through the process, and they find their way there because there's no limitation legally to prevent a Kenyan from moving. If a Kenyan wishes to go somewhere and they don't announce it, there's nothing you can do about it. But it's all really a question of sensitizing them so that we can have less and less of this challenge. But I want to reemphasize that it is absolutely important, because we want all our Kenyans to be safe. The issue of human trafficking, the issue of drugs, the issue of being taken and being inducted into slave labor, including the process of being hired to engage in cyber fraud. These are very real threats to our young people, and it is important that we communicate. There was an ambassador in Kenya who once said, actions have consequences. It is important for us to really remind our young people that their actions have consequences. We don't want to lose them. Thank you.
Alicia Odhiambo,
Thank
member
you.
for Game.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is, I think he's reading 46 of 2025, but he should read 36 of 2025 if we are to follow the chronology. Mr. Speaker, could the Cabinet Secretary, Roman 1, state the measures the government is taking to ensure that children born abroad to Kenyans are recognized as citizens? Roman 2, explain how the government is supporting the economic participation of Kenyan born in foreign countries, particularly in acquiring property, securing employment, and harnessing their skills and expertise for national development. Roman 3, state strategies in place to establish a streamlined integration process for Kenyan born abroad, granting them equal rights, legal protection, and access to national systems like other citizens. Thank you.
PCS.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to respond as follows, and you may note that some of the issues I raise have also been canvassed in the immediate question, but let me proceed as follows. Once again, I wish to state that Article 14.1, as read with Clause 30 of the 6th Schedule of the Constitution of Kenya, stipulates that a person is a citizen by birth if on the day of the person's birth, whether or not the person is born in Kenya, either the mother or father of the person is a citizen. This provision, as I said, outlines the principle of citizenship by parentage, thus granting automatic citizenship to children born abroad to Kenyan citizens. For them to obtain official documents like birth certificates, passport, national ID, parents are required to register their births with the government of Kenya. These documents are issued in most of the missions abroad, where Kenyans can freely access them. And as we speak, applications are now done via the e-citizen platform, and thus centralized. Additionally, the State Department for Diaspora Affairs carries out regular mobile consular services, outreach to take services to the diaspora in countries where we have high populations of Kenyans. The program takes a one government approach as it onboards government agencies to provide essential government services like the issuance of passports, IDs, birth certificates, certificates of good conduct, DNA sampling, among others, and we do it as a holistic approach. The second aspect of the question is how the government is supporting the economic participation of Kenyans abroad, particularly in acquiring property, securing employment, and contributing their skills and expertise to national development. Mr. Speaker, the government has implemented several initiatives to support the economic participation of Kenyans born abroad, recognizing the significant role in national development. These initiatives are many and varied, and they include, among others, first, it should be recognized that since independence, we never had the State Department of Diaspora Affairs. This is now in place, a department that is dedicated to facilitating and supporting Kenyans in the diaspora. This department has also launched the Kenya Diaspora Policy 2024, and in the policy, we articulate the government's commitment to engage with the Kenyan diaspora, aiming to integrate them into the national development agenda. It focuses on protecting their rights, engaging through partnerships, empowering them through job placements, and prospering them through investments. We have also developed a diaspora investment strategy, and this strategy aims at creating a framework that focuses on attracting diaspora investments, facilitating their engagement in Kenya's economic activities, and ensuring that their contributions are effectively integrated into our development plans. We have also been undertaking various diaspora investment promotions with Kenyans in different countries. We are also contemplating, Mr. Speaker, the issuing of a diaspora bond. The government is planning to launch a diaspora bond. This will enable Kenyans abroad to invest in priority projects back home in areas like infrastructure and housing. This conversation is going on with the Treasury and also with the institutions like MIGA of the World Bank. We have, Mr. Speaker, also broadened digital access to government services, and the government has digitized over 16,000 public services which are accessible via eCitizen platform. They include property registration and verification, business registration, tax return filing, and many more, which the diaspora can easily access and monitor their investments back home. There is also the aspect of dual citizenship. The government, in recognizing the importance of identity and investment, has made it easier to regain citizenship for Kenyans who lost citizenship after acquiring other nationalities. This has encouraged a greater economic participation. On matters of the global labor market, the department aims at enhancing employment opportunities for Kenyans abroad while safeguarding their rights and welfare. It also aims at aligning the skills of Kenyan workers with global labor market demands, ensuring that they meet international standards. The approach not only creates employment, but leverages the diaspora contribution to Kenya's socioeconomic growth by fostering knowledge, skills, and technology. We are creating the creation of the Diaspora Placement Agency, created in 2023 to focus on supporting Kenyans seeking jobs out there. We are also engaging in a diaspora exchange program, which offers short-term assignments for diaspora professionals in Kenya, technical and vocational education training institutions, and it focuses on transferring digital skills in areas like software development and data science. We also have the Konza Technopolis, and it contributes to skills and expertise in this area. Mr. Speaker, we've been going to an area where we even have the nomadic visas to allow Kenyans working even in different areas to be able to work from different countries and earn a living. Finally, what are the strategies in place to establish a streamlined integration process for Kenyans born abroad, guaranteeing them equal rights, legal protection, and access to national systems like other citizens? Mr. Speaker, we have reviewed the diaspora policy for 2024, and in the policy framework, we want to guarantee the protection of welfare and rights and continuous engagement and empowerment of Kenyans in the diaspora to realize their prosperity. This is in line with government's constitutional mandate to protect citizens, whether within Kenya or abroad. The dual citizenship aspect, which I've already talked to. There's also continuous inclusive national engagement. We have more or less made it a tradition now that whenever we have state visits or critical visits from Kenyan government officials, we encourage diaspora engagements by Kenyans as they go out. We are also working on career and economic integration. This is spelled out in our policy so that we can broaden and facilitate integration of the Kenyan workforce and education institutions to enhance skills and technology transfer. I've also talked about the modular consular services earlier, and of course, the enhancement of use of technology to move forward. Mr. Speaker, as you are also aware, that we have been progressively facilitating Kenyans abroad to also exercise their democratic right of voting when the election cycle is due. Thank you.
Yes, Alicia?
Mr. Speaker, I think I'm largely satisfied.
Satisfied.
Initially, there was a rigmarole in terms of having to come back home and
If you are
apply.
satisfied, no speech. You sit down. Yeah? Yes. You are satisfied. If the owner of the question is satisfied, do we need joyriders? We don't need joyriders. The owner is satisfied. Oundo, what is it?
Speaker, I come from a constituency that borders Uganda in a unique situation whereby quite 3/4 of people from my ancestry are in Uganda. And of course, again, this applies to the Maasais in Tanzania. I don't know what kind of measures or thinking is it at the ministry that can allow free movement of people between the three countries in East Africa region without having to go through the rigors of having to stamp your passport every day. Occasionally, Honorable Speaker, some go to eat lunch, then come back and go back to work. What measures is the ministry putting together East African leaders to allow free movement?
Oundo,
Thank you.
under the East African community, we have a protocol for free movement of people, goods, and services. I'm sure you're aware of that.
Yes, that's on paper.
Parashina?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As much as we are appreciating the answers from the Prime Cabinet Secretary, I wanted just to seek clarification or something concerning a person in Qatar called Innocent Mwangi Njoka. Innocent Mwangi Njoka happened to have gotten into an accident in 2024 in Qatar. When he got an accident, he lost memory and he was taken to the hospital. But when they were in the hospital, the case was again, he was put in a case when he doesn't have any memory. And now the ruling was made on March 16. And he has been, he's supposed to pay 700,000 Kenya shilling. And the family is asking about what is the government doing to such kind of cases? Because we are only looking on now, these people are bringing in foreign exchange in terms of money, but we are not looking about their health in case they get chronic diseases, because they only do manual works, most of them in those countries. So you're asking about someone getting a chronic disease, and their families are being told to do arambes. What are the ministries doing towards insurance cover and towards protection and handling such a case of Innocent Mwangi Njoka, of case number 5440 of 2025, traffic court in Qatar? Thank you.
Yes, member for Kajiado, is it East?
Correct.
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was wondering whether our CS have the data on how many Kenyans are held in Saudi Arabia in jails, because this seems to have appeared as a very desperate situation. And I'm also wondering whether, knowing that, of course, our country does not strict movement of people or Kenyans to those countries, but I'm wondering whether the Ministry of Foreign Affairs can help develop a policy framework on sensitizing, of course, our citizens who are going to those countries and giving them the right information, and of course maybe having them sign a liability forms, because it seems like there is a big outcry on our workers in this Saudi Arabia country.
Martin, the last one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maybe the CS can comment on this. Recently, there were young people.
Ask him a question. Don't ask him to comment.
There were young people on the street demonstrating on the scammed procedures for seeking foreign jobs. What measures do you have to manage and control cartel agencies that are scamming these young people? Because one of the reasons why they are vulnerable outside there is how they land there without any procedure.
Very good. I said 2 joyriders. We have already taken how many? Yes, Bowen?
Yeah, the last one.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to ask the Prime Cabinet Secretary. Recently, some 2 days ago, there was we saw some news that the government scam jobs in these Machu jobs by the Ministry of Labor. Kasi Maju, yes. And then there were many Kenyans who were saying they were scammed by the Ministry of Labor under the CS Mutua. So I just want to ask the Cabinet Secretary whether they are working, what is their working relationship with the Ministry of Labor, so that we don't see that kind of Kenyans who are being told that there are some jobs somewhere outside the country, and now it turns to be something different.
Yes, Edith Nyanze.
Thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity. I wanted to find out still on an issue in Saudi Arabia, what the Kenyan government is doing or the embassy is doing, especially on the awareness of all the people who are going there. Because as for now, there's a man from my constituency, Matinyani Ward, who died in his name is Salim Buvi, died in Saudi Arabia. And the cost of retrieving the body to Kenya is very high. He's left, the family is very poor. He went to look for green pastures, but now the body has become a burden to this poor family. So before they move there, is there in any way that there is an awareness or what could transpire when they go there? Thank you.
PCS, can you respond to those? Some are just comments.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think on the issue of awareness, I had spoken to that,
yes,
that particular issue, so I need not go back to it. And on the issue of people who are taking advantage of innocent Kenyans, in the previous response, I did say that the ministry is working with the law enforcement agencies, the DCI, the EACC, so that we can zero in on these unscrupulous people who are causing pain and anguish to innocent Kenyans. So this matter is ongoing, and we believe once the investigations are done thoroughly, the procedure is for them to face prosecution through the due process where the DPP takes over and they are taken to court. And I want to say that we are determined to bring order in this particular area. So we are following very, very closely so that we can have a hygienic process of assisting Kenyans who want to go and work in different countries. I will do some follow-up on the issue of raised by Mrs. Nyanze, now because we are hearing about it for the first time. Then I would also want to state again that we are closely following the issues in the areas where we're having a lot of problems. We are engaging them diplomatically, some of the areas that you have mentioned, so that we can help in improving the conditions of Kenyans there. And I'm confident that in due course, we will have less and less of these complaints emerging. On the issue of the Kazi Maju, we want to adopt a whole of government approach, and we are working, our departments in both the Department of Labor, Ministry of Labor, and the Department of Diaspora Affairs are engaged in a very intricate but detailed conversation so that we can harmonize the issues around this space. And that is why we negotiate bilateral labor agreements and so forth, so that we do not have a situation where the left hand does not know what the right hand is doing. So this is an issue that we are following closely. We do not want to see the kind of headlines that we saw on this particular issue as we go forward.
You can deal with the issue on concerns regarding the criteria used by the government to classify hardship areas and payment of hardship allowances to teachers and other civil servants in the country. What is it, member for Busia?
Thank you,
if it's
Mr.
about
Speaker.
Issues in Saudi Arabia, tumepita hiyo.
It's general.
What is it?
How the ministry is curbing exploitation on Kenyans employed abroad because they go to overwork, but they are treated like slavery and paid very meager salaries. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Amanyo, such a general sweeping statement without facts cannot be a question. PCS, don't answer that. Go to the main. Go to the main.
Okay.
Deal with the issue of hardship. All members who have been agitating on issues of hardship, Now it's your turn. I'll allow several joyriders. I'll start with Millie. Let the PCS make his statement first. You can see the hands, PCS.
Yes, yes.
This is a matter that has been bedeviling this House for the last 1 year.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, Mr. Speaker, before I make my statement, because it's quite comprehensive, let me just take 1 minute to really appreciate and thank the House for having supported and endorsed and finally passed the sessional paper on foreign policy. I really want to appreciate that because it helps us as we move forward. Thank you. Now, Mr. Speaker, this issue is definitely a matter of premium significance to the members and to all Kenyans, and therefore I will seek your indulgence so that I go through this statement. It's fairly comprehensive, but it is important because of the nature of the subject that we are dealing with. Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to thank you for inviting me to respond on the issues raised by Honorable Jared Okello, MP, and several other members of the National Assembly regarding the criteria used by government to classify hardship areas, especially for teachers and other civil servants in the country. The government has over the years identified and designated some regions of the country as hardship areas for purpose of payment of hardship allowance to public servants working in those areas. Designated hardship areas are considered to be remote with inadequacy in food supply, infrastructure, security, basic social services, and amenities. Hardship allowance was introduced in 1969 as an incentive for officers stationed in designated hardship areas. Mr. Speaker, Article 41 of the Constitution of Kenya provides that every person has a right to fair labor practices, which includes, among others, fair remuneration and reasonable working conditions. Section C10 of the Human Resources Policies and Procedures Manual for the Public Service, 2016, provides for payment of hardship allowance for officers stationed in designated hardship areas as an incentive to partially compensate public servants working in designated hardship areas. Mr. Speaker, let me now go to very specific aspects required of the statement. First, the House wants to have an overview on the criteria used by the Ministry of Public Service and Human Capital Development in determining hardship areas in the country. Mr. Speaker, designation of hardship areas was previously undertaken consultatively with the Office of the President, the then Provincial Administration and Internal Security, and the Directorate of Personnel Management. The designated hardship areas and payment of hardship allowance was to be progressively reviewed as areas became relatively developed and socioeconomic conditions improved across the country. It is noted that over the years, various jurisdictions in the public service, including the civil service, the teaching service, and the judiciary, have independently reviewed hardship areas using different parameters, thereby creating disparities in terms of categorization and rates of payment. It is further noted that the unit of analysis for designated hardship areas are not harmonized and vary across public service jurisdictions. For instance, the civil service uses the former district boundaries, while the teaching service under the Teachers Service Commission uses educational zones for categorization. the Honorable Speaker, currently, the civil service, county governments, and state corporations have 16 areas designated as hardship. Teaching service has 44, while the judiciary has 21 designated hardship areas. And in the statement I provided to Parliament, there's an Appendix 1 which indicates the list of these designated hardship areas. Mr. Speaker, the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics identified and weighted 7 parameters to guide the determination and recategorization of hardship areas. The parameters were food, water, transport and communication services, social services, climate and terrain, security, and the poverty index. The weighted criteria are provided by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, and I've attached an Appendix 2 to this statement to help the MPs as they reflect on this. The second critical issue was that the House wanted to know the status report on the Interagency Technical Committee on the mode of addressing existing disparities in designated hardship allowances in the public service. Mr. Speaker, in cognizance of the existing disparities in designated hardship areas in the public service, and to promote fairness and parity of treatment of public servants, the government, through the ministry responsible for public service, constituted an interagency technical committee to undertake a study and review designated hardship areas. Mr. Speaker, the interagency committee was appointed by the Ministry of Public Service in March 2019. The committee comprised of representatives from the then following institutions: Ministry of Public Service and Gender, Ministry of Interior and Coordination of National Government, Ministry of Education, the National Treasury and Planning, the Judiciary, the Public Service Commission, the Teachers Service Commission, the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, and the Commission on Revenue Allocation, the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, and the Council of Governors. Mr. Speaker, the terms of reference for the Interagency Technical Committee, amongst others, were as follows. 1, to study the current policies and applicable circulars on designated hardship areas and payment of hardship allowance in the civil service. 2, to undertake a comparative analysis of other existing policies on designated hardship areas and payment of hardship allowance in the public service and other jurisdictions. 3, to study the issues in petitions presented to the National Assembly on the matter of designated hardship areas and payment of hardship allowance to public servants. 4, to study concerns raised by the Union of Kenya Civil Servants regarding designated hardship areas and payment of hardship allowance as provided in the collective bargaining agreement of 2017 and make recommendations on implementation modalities. Then there was the issue to address other issues incidental to the matter of designated hardship areas and the payment of allowances thereof. Finally, prepare a report on the study with recommendations on the way forward on categorization of designated hardship areas and payment hardship allowances. Mr. Speaker, the Interagency Technical Committee undertook a wide stakeholder engagement in carrying out the study. Some of the stakeholders' engagement by the committee was face-to-face interviews with officers from the ministries that I have mentioned and institutions that I have mentioned. In addition, the technical committee undertook the following: field visits to establish findings, reports from the respective deputy county commissioners, and socioeconomic data submitted by the respective county statistics officers of the areas visited. B, literature review on poverty indices in the country from annual economic surveys and reports prepared by the Commission on Revenue Allocation and the Equalization Fund. Mr. Speaker, the key findings and the recommendations of the report were as follows. A, there are areas currently designated as hardship or petitioned by stakeholders to be categorized as hardship. However, upon review, they were found not to be hardship areas. B, the severity of hardship in the reviewed areas vary from moderate to extreme. C, some of the currently designated hardship areas covered an entire county, sub-county, or division uniformly. It is also, however, noted that some regions have only specific locations with moderate or extreme hardship conditions, and the areas were reviewed and categorized appropriately. Not all public officers working in the hardship areas are compensated through payment of hardship allowance. This is due to disparities in the current policy guidelines on designated hardship areas in the public service. And E, some areas that were previously designated as hardship areas have acquired different status following implementation of the devolved system of governance and improved socioeconomic development across the country, and have been reviewed and recommended for degazettement. Mr. Speaker, the report of the Interagency Technical Committee on review of designated hardship areas and payment of hardship allowance in the public service was finalized and submitted to the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, SRC, for concurrence. The SRC reviewed the report and provided approved rates and will issue advice to the public service on the new rates once the hardship areas are gazetted after this review. The reviewed designated hardship areas have been submitted to the Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service for gazettement. However, I would like to add a rider that the Head of Public Service will present this before Cabinet before the gazettement is done. And that process is now being processed. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Article 232(1), subsection B, on values and principles of public service, which provides for efficient, effective, and economic use of resources, I wish to inform this House that the implementation of the Interagency Technical Report will reduce the financial implications for payment of hardship allowance from 25.9 billion Kenya shillings to 19.5 billion Kenya shillings per annum, thereby effecting a saving or occasioning a saving of about 6.5 billion Kenya shillings per annum to the government and indeed to the Kenyan taxpayer. This is as a result of the proposed harmonization of the designated hardship areas in the public service. I wish to invite Parliament to really take cognizance of that possible saving if the report is implemented. 3, clarification was sought by Parliament on why some of the civil servants receive hardship allowance while others do not qualify, yet they are working in similar areas or environment. Mr. Speaker, the existing policies applied by various jurisdictions across the public service on designated hardship areas is currently not harmonized, hence the disparities in the payment of hardship allowances. These disparities have led to disharmony among employees of the civil service, teaching service, and the judiciary deployed in the same geographical region, with some earning the allowance while others are not paid. Mr. Speaker, currently, some public servants deployed in the same geographical region may be paid hardship allowance while others do not qualify due to disparities in the areas designated as hardship. The civil service, county governments, state corporations, as I said earlier, have 16 areas as designated as hardship. Teaching service has 44. The judiciary has 21 hardship areas. So somewhere you can see we dropped the ball in this matter. The steps taken by the government to ensure the criteria used in determining hardship areas in the country is fair to all. This is another demand by Parliament. Mr. Speaker, to promote fairness, equity, and parity of treatment for employees in the public service, the government did constitute an interagency technical committee, and I've given the profile in the previous remarks, to address the disparities in the designated hardship areas. The Kenya National Bureau of Statistics provided parameters to guide the interagency technical committee in reviewing the designated hardship areas. The parameters include food, water, transport, and communication services, social services, climate and terrain, security, and the poverty index. In addition, the Kenya Bureau of Statistics provided the weighted criteria for determination of the hardship areas. And again, as I said, this is attached to the statement. The Interagency Technical Committee prepared and submitted to SRC on the categorization of the designated hardship areas and payment of hardship allowance in the public service. The report proposed the designated hardship areas to be categorized into two, moderate and extreme, with varying rates of hardship allowances. The SRC reviewed the rates of hardship allowance for public service in line with the proposed categorization of the designated hardship areas and advised the gazettement of the reviewed designated hardship areas before implementation. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I once again wish to thank you for the opportunity to appear before the National Assembly. The Ministry of Public Service, Human Capital Development and Special Programs has prioritized the implementation of the interagency report that will provide for harmonization. I submit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the CS for giving a very detailed response that also gives a historical background. Mr. Speaker, just like Honorable Jared Okello's constituency that has parts marked as hardship, also my constituency has parts that are marked as hardship area. I know Honorable Jared Okello's is mainly from flooding, mine is mainly from transport and communication. Mr. Speaker, you remember I was telling you in the House business that there's a part in my constituency. When you go, you use a boat or a ferry. Then if you manage to go with a car in a ferry, then you use a car up to a point, then you use a motorbike up to a point, then you walk, because there are parts even a motorbike can't go. So if you are talking about people who work there, they become truly hardship areas.
I do understand because part of my constituency is that. But Mr. Speaker, I just want one of the concerns that Honorable Jared Okello had was that when you have parts of your constituency that is marked as hardship and parts that are not, then everybody wants to flood there. How do you ensure that you don't get, for instance, our teachers, that they are all not flooded in one area as hardship? And Mr. Speaker, for myself, I just wanted to ask, because I've listened to the CS very carefully, because this is something that is very dear to me as a representative of Suba North. One that have not had all the criteria that have been mentioned, has not talked about what do you call it, like manifestation of disease like tsetse fly. You've talked about climate and all that. And yet a lot of people are not able to go, say, somewhere like Lambwe Valley because of things like that. And then the other issue is I'm just wondering, because you had a very good interagency technical committee that has a number of people, and you have recommended, you have made very clear recommendations. But I'm wondering at what point you have the voice of the legislature, that is the voice of the people, and at what point you are coming up with a comprehensive policy where you translate the recommendations to either policy or law, so that people don't manipulate. You don't have the judiciary has less hardship than teachers, for instance, from the numbers that you're giving. It can't be so. Hardship is hardship for everyone. So when do you want to translate that report into policy or law, and where is the voice of the legislature?
Women Rep Tharaka Nithi.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the response that you received from the Prime Minister or Cabinet, from the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I wish to ask that Igambangombe sub-county in Tharaka Nithi County has been identified and classified as an ASAL area. So I'm asking, when will this sub-county be gazetted as an hardship area so that the teachers and public servants in this area can start receiving the hardship allowances? Then, Mr. Speaker, the Tharaka constituency was a long time ago gazetted as a hardship area. Teachers have been receiving the hardship allowances, but other civil servants are struggling. Most of them transferring out of the Tharaka constituency, and also Igambangombe, most of the schools are closing down because no teacher wants to be posted in that area. Most of them are transferring back to Tharaka and Kitui and other areas, other surrounding sub-counties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Yes, Farah.
Mr. Speaker,
very many of you want to ask questions, so everybody is limited to just one question.
Mr. Speaker, I have been around for a fairly long time, both in the country and this House. The original idea, object, and spirit of hardship allowance was to try and give an incentive to the areas that were historically marginalized, so that they can also, the officers who work in those places can have an incentive that pays them more so that they can cope with that life. And that was the former LFD and our pastoral areas, a few of them. And the same was the spirit for the Equalization Fund. Now we have a situation in which everybody wants to crowd into this and use every other criteria. Mr. Speaker, we are defeating the very basis, because the teachers in those areas, if you have seen, every time teachers are posted to those areas, they want to come back into the country because of insecurity, lack of infrastructure, and everything else. I don't have a tarmac road in my constituency.
Ask your question.
I'm giving, Mr. Speaker, I want you to indulge with me on this because you have seen this area. You practiced law in Mandera, and the only way you could get there is by flying. Road was impossible. I don't have a meter of tarmac in my constituency, and many other constituencies are like that. Now, Mr. Prime Cabinet Secretary, I think we should avoid crowding this so that you then defeat the very purpose for which it was meant in the first place. So what are you doing to make sure that those areas that are seriously hardship, the original in law, is the spirit and the object of the framers of that piece of legislation. It's not just the face value of the law itself or the practice. So what are you doing to make sure that those areas that were always hardship are also brought up to speed with the rest of the country so they do not remain hardship forever? And how then can you make sure that this thing is not crowded? Thank you.
I've allowed him the latitude because of his seniority. If anybody does that, I'll stop you. Member for Teso South.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the truth is every constituency has a pocket of marginalization or hardship. So my question is, what plans does the ministry have to review all these areas across the country and identify areas of hardship? Even in Teso South, there are areas where we have a sick person. We make a wooden bed to transport or even the body. It cannot be accessed. If you post a teacher will resign or not report at all because it's a hardship area. I have hills. So, and this replicates in so many other constituencies. So what plans does the ministry have?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I just want to point out two points.
Probably
okay.
PCS,
yeah.
Most of these questions, I'm hearing them not once, not twice. Most of them point at policy other than individual constituencies. So at the end of the day, we want to hear from you. Because listening to my members here, it's like we want to declare the whole country hardship. So you will have to give us a clear policy on, I'll give you members to ask your questions. For example, we need coherence in the policy in the country. Why would the judiciary decide on their own, TSC on their own, and administration on their own? Soon the police will decide on their own, and then we'll have a completely jumbled process of managing what hardship means. Carole Omondi, one question each.
Sir, okay. I don't know how to phrase it, but I would be happy.
You're a clever lawyer. Phrase it the best way.
I think this House should have a view before the new categorization is gazetted. I think we need to see it because I can clearly see certain parameters are missing. If you take the Subas, we have islands, and islands are very unique. We have islands. We have Kiwa, Kibwogi, Remba, Ringiti, Rusinga, Mfangano, where they've never had roads. We have islands. There are areas that are unique because of insecurity. There are areas that are unique because of geography. You have a national park, you have mountainous areas, you have Sesefly, as Honorable Millie has pointed out. We need to see it before they are gazetted so that we develop a proper criteria. And I think it is time we anchored this in law, not left it to bureaucrats in the executive. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Kajwa.
Speaker, I think the member for Suba South is extremely right. May I suggest, Mr. Speaker, to ask you to order the minister to bring this policy before the House under Article 95. It's a policy with far-reaching solutions of national importance, and any policy which has the effect of law. As a result, there will be a gazette which will be used by various agencies.
Must be brought to the
must be brought before the Assembly, and we have an oversight role in policy making and legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, member for Buri. I'll come to you, Milemba.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the criteria country as it is very discriminative. Mr. Speaker, my constituency borders Isiolo and Laikipia East and Laikipia North. I would like to, the Cabinet Secretary to determine, using the same criteria, where Bole lies. Because we are only, there's the fence, the other side is hardship, this other side, 50% of Bole is hardship. And we also benefit from other programs. So I don't know why it is like that, but I join the other members in saying we need to review that criteria and it has to be looked again. Because the assumption is Bore is in Meru, and Meru is very productive. Using that, from that perspective, my constituency is totally disadvantaged. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mwashako.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, PCS, for an elaborate discussion on this matter. Honorable Speaker, I have two concerns. One is Honorable PCS is indicating that the report will be tabled to Cabinet before it comes to the House. I want to join my colleagues who are saying, I think it's important we see this document before then. Honorable Speaker, I say this because the interagency committee that is, the PCS is referring to was a product of this House. And it talked about 2019. 2018, Honorable Speaker, and early 2019, the entire Departmental Committee on Education responded to a petition that was done by teachers of Taita Taveta. And they traveled to Taita Taveta. They visited all the hardship areas of my county. That is being Undanyi, one zone in Mwatate and Taveta constituency. And after deliberations in this House, the House resolved that those areas need to be gazetted as hardship. But by the fact that the report went to Ministry of Education and then Ministry of Interior, it is when now they are, in their wisdom, they agreed to form the interagency committee, which has done a good job. But my challenge has been, Honorable Speaker, from 2021, 2022, when the report was done, it is coming to this House 3 years later. And it is missing out very key things. Honorable Millie has talked about challenges in traveling in his constituency. I'll tell you, he's not mentioned issues around human-wildlife conflict. That is a big issue in where some of us come from. So this must be one of the consideration in the categorization. Honorable Speaker, another thing that is critical is talked about the gazettement of some other areas. I don't know how you can, that can also cause a lot of mayhem in the country. So I want to agree that this report needs to come to the House. Let us see which areas will be gazetted and which have been declassified so that we can have debates and inform this policy. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Your indulgence. Number one, it would look that the teachers have more areas. But it's because their zoning, Teacher Service Commission went to an education zone. An education zone is far much smaller than what you can even call a ward. So as we deliberate, we must understand that originally there were teachers who were going to the smallest and every part of the country, and hence the 44. Having said that, so that we don't create competition between the teacher zoning and other zonings, that is important. Number two, Honorable Speaker, the teachers...
Omboko Milemba, I thought this House has been striving for harmonization. You are striving for pigeonholing teachers.
That is the history, but let me come to the second one. The second one is that the gazettement, and I pick up from the Member of Parliament, Taita Taveta, what he has said. The zoning of these hardship areas and the proposal to degazette them, remember the ones for the teachers, were actually part of the famous legal notice number 534. And many of them are part of the Code of Regulation. Honorable Speaker, both legal notice number 534 and the Code of Regulation are part of the CBA for the teachers. And therefore, that is law as registered in the Industrial Code. What is therefore the Honorable PCS doing to make sure that those gains that the teachers got
in form of hardship allowance are not degenerated or go away with or go back to, given that this is part and parcel of now their CBA, which is registered in the courts. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Nyikal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me appreciate the detailed report that the Honorable Minister has given us. But my concern is when we have this policy that has been worked out and then it to be implemented, is it also associated with redistribution of staff, particularly teachers? Because if you do this new system and you regazette areas, degazette areas, it does not automatically change the staffing. Is there also a policy that will come together with staffing so that we do not have the old disparities existing? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Prime Cabinet Secretary for explaining to us and taking time. Mr. Speaker,
he has been thanked enough. Just ask questions.
Mr. Speaker, my question is in my area, Kipkelion East. Initially, from Total on your way to Kericho, towards the right hand, actually, or the right wing, it was actually categorized as hardship area. I don't know which method or category they used to remove it, because people in Tenteno area, Mr. Speaker, and also Kibwenge, plus Chepsion, the lower part, Chepcholiet, and Kamaru's area, this is a hardship.
Sure.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mheshimiwa Speaker, my question is, when you go to Narok, some of the constituencies, the teachers are getting hardship allowance. But for specifically the other side of the road, some people get hardship allowance, on this other side they don't get. And listening to the Prime Cabinet Secretary, Mr. Speaker, sir, he has indicated the factors that they use to categorize places that earn hardship allowance. Mine is, when you go to Narok North is hard hit in terms of transportation, infrastructure. Structure, communication, like weather or...
Eneo bunge la Lungalunga lina vigezo vyote ambavyo waziri amevitamka ili kwamba walimu na wafanyikazi wapate hizi pesa za ziada. Kama ni maeneo kama Mkwiro, Wasini, ni visiwa ambavyo wafanyikazi wanahitajika kuvuka kila siku kwa maji, agency team ilienda ikafanya kazi yao ikamaliza, ikaleta ripoti kwa maofisi haya ya serikali. Sasa nataka niulize Mheshimiwa Waziri Mkuu, kama hilo jina linastahili, ni lini ambapo watu wa Lungalunga, waalimu na wafanyikazi watapata haki yao, kwa sababu maeneo kama vile Kinango wanapata na vigezo ni hivyo hivyo? Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Osoro.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, listening to the presentation.
PCS, I'm giving many members because it's almost the same thing. So when you respond, try and comprehend what they have said.
Honorable Speaker, I also want to
inform
the House and the PCS that South Mogrango happens to border Migori. About a month ago, we had clashes between the border people who live within there, and our schools were closed for about 3 weeks or so. In fact, teachers can hardly, when teachers get transfers to that area, Honorable Speaker, they always look for transfers to other places. I do not know why South Mogrango is not regarded as a hardship area. It should actually be as today. Thank you.
Yes.
Devolution has caused urbanization in Nairobi to be congested. I mean, the fact that we've got so many informal settlements, insecurity is high. But what I'd like to recommend is that as we review and expand the criteria for hardship allowances, we need to look at the many and to harmonize hardship allowances across public services. And this reform will ensure fair compensation.
No, I won't go. No, I can't go. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, protect me from Osoro. This hardship areas, Mr. Speaker, has categorized is the
task force. The government will be making a saving, which means there's going to be a
County requires to be gazetted as an ASAL area is met by Elgeyo Marakwet County, Mr. Speaker. That is why I make endless county, Mr. Speaker. So I just want to ask him, when are they going to gazette Elgeyo Marakwet?
Honorable members, then...
Mr. Speaker, you have literally summarized the position quite effectively. Let me just repeat some things to flag and to convey my acknowledgement of the very important points raised by the members. One, this policy came into effect in 1969. That was the first. Time. Then, because perhaps there was no cohesion or interaction, the chief registrar of the judiciary then gazetted, or at least released a circular to designate 21 areas as hardship areas. And then, separately again, the Ministry of Education then gazetted a separate item for the teachers, I think in 19. Okay. In the review process, it actually brings together all the critical people that you're talking about as having participated in this process, including the Teacher Service Commission, trade unionists, and so forth. They were part of this new process, the judiciary, the civil service, and so forth, SRC, etc. So we are on the right path to bring harmony in this. What we are debating now is the procedure and the process that we will use to eventually get to that harmonized position. Otherwise, I acknowledge that it is important that this House, as the House that ultimately anchors everything into law, and at the same time brought out here, when they look at the weighted document, an appendix I put to the question, and I hope once it's shared out widely, they will notice.
It's been circulated.
It's been circulated. You will notice that the issues that you have raised are actually weighted by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. I don't want to break down all of them, but the core areas are food, unavailability and inaccessibility, that's critical, water availability and inaccessibility, transport and communication services, the inadequacy of those, social services, which includes schools, hospitals, etc. Those are criteria that have been documented. So, Mr. Speaker, I wish to propose as follows, because even the budget document that has just been when I talked about the need for cabinet to look at this, it is important that cabinet looks at it. And I am fully aligned to the idea. Avoid is people getting freebies. Areas that operate in a given area, they have now graduated from hardship areas to actually very well developed areas. They cannot continue to draw from that fund or that opportunity. When we can all see that it has happened. What we are looking for is fair to say that this has been a very important engagement, and as we look at the future, we need to be conscious that resources are scarce, but at the same time, the resources that...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to thank the Prime Cabinet Secretary for that short but very good response. Actually, it's covered the core concerns that members have. I just wanted to ask in terms of procedure that when a policy comes, so I would request that we consider having quiet consultation.
Exactly. PCS, what time other ministers under your supervision concerned? Public service, education, and others, Attorney General for the Judiciary. I can conduct a Kamkunji. An informal sitting where Mumbi. And once we do that, members, I'll give you an opportunity for Kamkunji. Once the document reaches my office, then we look at all these things. Develop a criteria for posterity, not for a quick fix, so that going to the future, we know what hardship means. Who benefits. So we'll release the minister. Yes, Omboko, what is it? There's another CS waiting.
1 minute, and it's very good to have great lawyers in parliament like me. Because what she's saying can really mitigate some.
Well, Sergeant, let the PCS deal with matters.
Mr. Speaker, let me suggest that had an opportunity to.
We'll have as wide a consultations as we can, so that whatever we agree to can serve the country without upheavals for another 2-3 decades or so.
That's
yes. You are released to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Number 5 for the majority leader to lay some important documents on the table. Honorable Sir.
1, program performance budget, that is the PBB, report for the year 2020. Estimates of recurrent and development estimates and loans for the year 2025-2026, financial statements of the year for the year 2025-2026, and annex of estimate of revenue and expenditure for state corporations. I beg to lay, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Honorable members, we'll now go to the issue of RMLF as raised by the member for Bumula yesterday. And we have The Chair, Roads and Infrastructure. I saw him here earlier on. 30 minutes. Honorable members, we have the CS for roads and transport to make a statement to the House on the issue of Road Maintenance Levy Fund, RMLF. The issue is very clear. It was raised by the member for Bumula. Many members have been raising along the way to have a first go. Then I will allow a few of you so that we can have this matter behind us.
That's good. Honorable Speaker, members of National Assembly, thank you for inviting me to clarify on this contentious issue.
Oh, Angela, will you move to where you normally sit? Well done. And let nobody go to disturb Angela.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Members of the National Assembly, thank you for inviting me to clarify on this long outstanding issue that we need to resolve quickly, because the RMLF, which is an A-in-A levy that we use to maintain our roads, when withheld as it is today through that court order or ruling, do hurt us in terms of development for the country. More importantly, at a time like now, when we have experienced rains and a number of our roads are impassable, and yet we are withholding some 10.5 billion Kenya shillings, an amount that could have gone a long way to maintain our roads. And unless we resolve this challenge, Honorable Speaker, we could continue withholding in 2025-2026, and that's not good for the challenged levy. And therefore, Speaker, allow me to give a brief overview of the situation on the RMLF and where we are today on the amount that is being withheld due to the High Court ruling in Nairobi case number HCC HRPET E423 of 2024, which issued an interim conservatory order on 19th August 2024, directing the Kenya Roads Board to freeze and withhold RMLF funds collected in the year 2024 to the extent of 10,522,000,000 211,858 and to be allocated to county government, to be withheld. So I think it has to be read in context, the whole sentence. In compliance with the court order, Honorable Speaker, members, the ministry has to date withheld that amount of RMLF allocation to Kera and Kura for the financial year 2024-2025. And the amount today withheld on account of both Kera and Kura totals 7.488 billion. It is 7,488,061,224 Kenya shillings. The amount withheld on account, that's the total amount. The amount withheld on account of Kera is 5.37 billion, and the account withheld on account of Kura is 2.51 billion Kenya shillings, a total of 7.89 billion. Of course, it will build up because RMLF is collected on monthly basis or even twice, 3 times every month, because we collect from every cargo of petroleum products that dock into Mombasa. And today we have collected we have withheld 7.89. And as we progress towards the end of the year, we expect to withhold the 10.5 billion that I just mentioned, that the order has been, the conservatory order has been given. Honorable Member Speaker, the ministry shall release the withheld funds upon determination of the petition before the High Court, but we've proposed, honorable members, to walk through an alternative mediation mechanism so that we can unlock this challenge and get this money to work for us, because at the moment we are working for the money, because the money is sitting there and we are doing so much work to bring in the money instead of really allowing the money to work for us. In the annual public roads program, honorable members, Speaker, for the financial year 2024, Kera had planned to maintain a total of 22,175 kilometers of road network, while Kura had planned to maintain a total of 2,990 kilometers through various interventions within the urban towns. So, honorable members, what measures are we really taking to really unlock this challenge and basically ensure that we don't suspend work? When this happened, Speaker, honorable members, we had already, when we got the court order, that conservatory order, Kera and Kura had gone to tender and were in the process of awarding or had awarded some of the roads to contractors who had successfully gone through the bidding process. And because of that order and the need to and that's why I talked to multi-year. Kura retained the financial year 2024-25 planned output of the same 2,990 kilometers. However, to accommodate the deficit, the road works were contracted, like I said, as multi-year projects to be financed partially in the current financial year 24-25 and the financial year 25-26. But given what we are doing at the ministry and what I would urge the House to do with us is to seriously embrace mediation and resolve this challenge so that we can spend this money in the current financial year. In addition, Kura adopted maintenance intervention that have a bit of lower scope and scaled down rehabilitation and periodic maintenance intervention. So, honorable members, let me basically say I have, like I said previously, and even this morning, when I've been in various high-level meetings, I recommended that the National Assembly, with a good mediation process, engages with the Council of Governors to resolve the petition out of court, as withholding of the road maintenance fund has a significant negative impact on the condition of our roads. This affects citizens who do not distinguish between and do not understand the challenge between whether it is county or national roads. The impacts may continue to the next financial year, which we do not wish should happen. And it is our prayer, the ministry, and as we provide some high-level leadership to ensure that the mediation is agreed upon to be the way forward to quickly resolve this challenge and therefore allow the roads that had been tendered to be completed in the current financial year. So efforts are being made, even as I speak, address the House now to resolve this matter, and I really request that we work on an amicable solution to address this challenge so that 10 billion, honorable members, honorable speaker, is a lot of money. And like I said, if we don't resolve this challenge, 10.5, assuming for 2 years, would be 21 billion, which is as much as the allocation under the 32% allocation. You do know, honorable chair members, that the sharing of this RMLF revenue is in the ratio of 40% for Kenya, 32% for Kera, and 15% for Kura. So to withhold 10 billion, 10.5 billion, it is so significant. We just went through the securitization and raised a bridge funding facility of about 63 billion, which we have paid most of the contractors, including the Eastmen, the Waylifts, and all the contractors are going back to work with that amount, having sorted out pending bills at 40%, which have accrued for the last 5-6 years. So the 10 billion is so significant that to unlock this impulse and get that money working for us through the established RMLF Act, and at a time like now when we have got the reins and be able to access markets for our products, ease movement of people and goods is something that is top on the agenda. And I would like to confirm to this parliament this afternoon that I'll provide, from where I sit, I'll provide leadership to ensure that this mediation is handled at that level that will yield positive results so that we can get the money back to where it ought to be, and for that money to work for us and the people of Kenya. I thank you, Speaker and honorable members. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. That you allowed to invite the minister here, who is also my friend. Bwana Minister, most of the things you've said are the things we know. All that information, these members have it. A few questions for you. The court said you withhold 10.5 billion from RMLF. it did not say you get it from Kera or Kura or only. Mr. Minister, who's a good friend of mine, you have an allocation, minister's allocation from this RMLF, which is 10%. In the spirit of caring, okay, we have KWS, which has, Kenha, which has the biggest chunk. In the spirit of being a good driver of the ministry, and knowing the impact of Kera roads in this country, why didn't you get this 10.5 from your allocation and Kena, so that you let the Kera money continue operating? Bwana Minister, you know that it's a rainy season. The most affected roads are Kera roads. So what I expected of you, Honorable Minister, is not to pass the ball. You know, while you are enjoying, Kera is suffering. And Kera is mwananchi wa kawaida hapo chini. So I want your undertaking, I beseech you, in the spirit of devolution and taking resources to grassroots, forfeit 10.5 billion as we wait for mediation.
You are now walking into the hands of the governors.
My point is made.
That is the point they are using to fight you.
Decentralization of funds.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, in the spirit of decentralization of funds, bearing in mind that Kera roads affect the localest of the local, Mr. Minister, we want your undertaking today.
There is no English word called localist.
You know, in difficult situations, Honorable Speaker, you can use any language possible so that the minister understands how I'm putting my points across. Yes. 2, Honorable Minister, we hope that you give us that undertaking. 2, we want to know how much have you released of the 22% and of the 10% to Kera.
Thank you.
And therefore to regional offices.
Thank you.
3, and most important, Honorable Minister, there is word that has been going around that you want to securitize Kera money, either 10% or 22%. For the avoidance of doubt, you have too much money to deal with. We don't want securitization of either 22 or 10%. And please take note that we refuse any invitation to this conversation. You have too much money. Please deal with that too much money and leave Kera alone, Mr. Minister. That one, we will not deal with it.
Point made.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Well done. Honorable members, I'll give 3-3. DK, you are the trade unionist.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you for honorable members on my side for agitating for that. At least I make my comments on it. Honorable Speaker, first I would like to say thank you to Waziri for having come so that you can be able to shed light on this very important national issue. Currently, it is raining. The 22% and the 10% of the Kera money are so local that as we are going for recess, it is something that this House has said that today we need a solution. I know, Waziri, you are a man of statistics, a man of data, and a man who is strategic.
Stop praising the minister. Ask him a question.
No, I'm coming there. I'm building. But
ask him a question.
What I'm asking is, Speaker, I have to build so that I find. So what I'm asking is, the 10.6. You have actually said the mechanical way in which it has been initiated by the courts. What we are asking is, why don't you, in the overall RMLF funds, the fuel levy funds, instead of it lying idle, and given that by June, by the end of this financial year, instead of that money lying idle, you work on the mathematics as we are mediating on the issue and be able to release the remaining 22% and 10% as at 30th of April, so that as we go on from next week, at least the Kera roads can be able to be worked on, so that at least our people can be able to enjoy. So we really want you to, instead of being mechanical in terms of execution of that court case, let us be dynamic and be able to say, this is the money that is disposable that we can be able to use, so that it can be recouped in case of the worst when it gets to 30th of June. And I want to assure you, Waziri, there is no money that can go to the counties without passing this house. This is the only house that appropriate funds. And there is no court in Kenya that can pretend that they can allocate money to any agency, to any devolved units, without passing the National Assembly. So it is very important that even if what is agreed, finally it has to come to this house. And that is why, in the wisdom of this house, we said we are going to pass additional allocation to counties minus RMLF. So all these stories, unless it is earning interest, all these stories, it has to come to this house. So kindly, working on that dynamism, kindly release the 22% and the 10% by next week so that we are able to work on our roads. Thank you.
Mawade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to beseech and encourage the CES that there is a formula that can be a win-win formula. Without going into the details, Mr. CES, as recommended by one of my colleagues, you can find a way to still release 22% and the 10% from the fuel levy fund from other sources, but not necessarily Kera. That way we can repair all these roads that have been affected by the rain. Mr. Speaker, in the ongoing communication and negotiation, I am sure we can find a win-win situation where they can, the CES can release the funds back to us, and the governors can sign a consent to release the funds back to us, and the Parliament leadership is aware of the formula, and with your guidance, Bwana CS, I am sure these funds will be released to us as soon as possible. We are urging you to please release these funds to 22% and 10% back to the members, please.
Yes, member from Meru at the back. Yes. Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm Honorable Karido, the MP Igembe Central.
Igembe Central, I've been to your place.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
And you're welcome back again to Igembe Central. Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I want to encourage and to make it clear to the CS. I think most of us are not new in this country, and we are moving around our counties every day, and we have seen what Kera has done. There is no other fund especially on roads, which is doing what Kera has done, touching every common person, and even the inner roads that goes to the rural areas, which are dependent upon by our people for survival, in ferrying their products and even for movements. Therefore, I encourage the CS to move with the fast and make sure that our 22 and 10% funds remains intact and they are relayed to the counties, to the general managers for the Kera, so that they come to our constituencies. Because right now, after these rains, most of our areas are impassable, especially in my area of Wigembe Central. There are two sub-counties, and one sub-county is completely unconnected. Without Kera funds to repair those roads, they will remain in Komikunakando. They cannot move out from their areas to the towns and to the major centers. Therefore, I encourage the Speaker, the CS, to release those funds so that our people can survive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. CS, listening to you, other than lamenting and encouraging mediation, I've not seen a solution to the collapsed roads in Lugari constituency. In fact, if I live here without something that says there would be money to Kera to start repairing the roads, even the public participation that we intend to go and do, we may be unable to carry it out because the constituency is impassable. My question is basic. When you have a basket or a granary and you are requested that we want some bags of maize from that granary, and the granary has paddocks, you want 10 bags from 100 bags. Why do you decide to pick 10 bags from the elder son and leave the 10 bags of the middle son or the young son? Secondly, I would really like to know from UCS, if you have traveled across this country, you know very well that roads are categorized. The Kera roads, which are national government roads, if you securitize money, the way the memo for the 10% to the Kera reads, leaving them with 482,000, in where I have kilometers ranging to 184 Kera roads. If you securitize 22%, are you saying that a person in a rural road is a lesser Kenyan than a person in an urban road? Are you saying constituencies that do not have tarmac road should perish? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Nyakundi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to give the CS solution to this problem. He has money for CS allocation. As we wait for the mediation to go on, kindly give us that money, because we all even don't know how the CS allocation is distributed within this country. Because we've been having problems with our roads. We come to your office and we get no solution. We get no money to solve those small roads. Number two, 10% and 22% of this money, the 10% and 22%, kindly don't dare touch it, because this is the money that is solving the problem that we have at home of small roads. So kindly don't dare touch it. Lastly, there is money that is normally given out because of public participation. The Budget and Appropriations Committee normally moves around the country. It has come to a point that we have demonized We have demonetized these small roads to a point that any small road is seen like it's not supposed to be there. It's money that is going to someone's pocket. These roads are meant to serve our people. You will get a bridge of 10 million. And once you put the 10 million, it looks like there is someone who wants to eat the 10 million Kenya shillings. Let us not demonize this money.
Point made.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kiamba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and the CS for this forum. I think there was a good rationale why we had Kera and Kura. I don't know whether the rationale has changed. And I think one of the rationale was to have the problem of roads solved as fast as possible. When we get all this money and collect it at the national level, in my constituency, I only have less than 20 kilometers of tarmac road. If we do away with this Kera, are you saying people in Makueni should just stop living, selling and buying, waiting for what they do not know? So I'm requesting the PS to be considerate. Institutions are not collapsed overnight. Institutions are built with a rationale, and if they have to stop, there has to be good rationale. Thank you.
GK.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me say I am a happy man today, now that the Cabinet Secretary is here in the House to listen to the sentiments of my colleagues. Honorable Speaker, the questions that are being raised here today, Cabinet Secretaries, are the questions that I'm asked as chair. Yet, I don't have the answers, or the buck does not stop with me as chair. The buck stops with the executive, and you are the representative. So, Cabinet Secretary, I picked two issues that I'll be happy to hear your response on. One, the mediation. When do you intend to call for this mediation? If you can give us the timelines of when you want to do the mediation, and who will be the members of this mediation team. Two, there is an issue that has been raised by my colleague DK, not DK, I think, about Maram roads. Clearly, it looks like this money, it has been decided that any amount that goes into maraming our roads goes into pockets of people, which is not true. This money, these roads are very, very critical. They are what I would call the last mile link roads. It is not possible, Cabinet Secretary, to tarmac all our roads in the country. We have sections of our rural roads that require graveling and heavy grading and graveling. So we do not want to take the mindset, or to accept the mindset that this money goes into waste. Last time, I was not in the very good books with the government because I was in the opposition, so to say. So I did not get much resources to do tarmac roads in my constituency. But I used the retro money that came my way through RMLF, Kera, the amount of money members are agitating for here. And that is what kept my constituency roads motorable for a period of 5 years. Even if that road would only last for 7 or 10 years, it is very helpful to the people who who live in the rural areas. And therefore, Cabinet Secretary, and you know you have my full support. Please do not take that direction of refusing to give resources for Maram roads. Thank you.
CS, can you respond to those? Members, I allocated 30 minutes. We have gone over by 2 minutes. Let the CS respond.
Thank you.
Almost all the issues are the same. Yes.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, honorable members. Let me start with Honorable Chuck Wamboka Wanami. I think the question raised as regarding the criteria used in withholding the 10.5 was basically, you'll recall, members, that between 2016 and 2021, the Kura and Kera part of the RMLF money was being administered and managed by the county governments. And it just came back during that 2021 when that decision was made to bring back that money because of certain administrative concerns at the time. And so the Kena money, or rather RMLF portion of 40%, has never been devolved to the county government. So the merit that we did employ and the contest by the county government was more on what they felt was within the ambit of the Schedule 4 of the Constitution in defining the national and the county roads. So basically that is what we employed to withhold the percentage in the proportions of 15% of 47%, because the 32% of Kera and the 15% of Kura adds up to 47. So we employed a formula of withholding a portion of 15 out of 47 and 32 out of 47 in that ratio. But members, I am more positive in seeking to resolve this issue amicably, because as much as it impacts on the members of parliament, it's a challenge which is impacting on all of us as Kenyans. And therefore we need to resolve this issue like today, tomorrow, at the soonest. Because like I said, Honorable Speaker, that 10.5 billion is a lot of money. And at a time like now, if we release this resource to yourselves, we'll be able to really address a number of the major challenges affecting the entire country as it were. So to basically just combine that question from Jack Wanami and my chairman, GK, Member of Parliament from Dia, we are seriously seeking the soonest opportunity to get the mediation chaired at a high level with appropriate leadership that can basically resolve this issue in one sitting and basically allow this resource to really build this country and work for us. And I want to believe we should be able to do this within this financial year, because it does not help anybody that money is sitting there earning interest, and we are losing so much given the state of our roads, movement of goods and people, which is basically impaired. So really, on the question of Mheshimiwa Langat, DK, I think we're going to be releasing the balance of the RMLF money next week. I've been given the numbers. I'm sitting here with the DG KRB. We'll be releasing the balance next week. We have the numbers, and therefore, even as we withhold and we would wish to seek to ensure that we resolve this challenge and release the full amount of 10.5, the balance of 3.533 billion, which is outstanding to the end of the financial year, will be released next week in the ratio of 2.43 billion towards Kera roads and 1.1 billion towards Kura roads. That will be released within next week. With respect to the concern of securitization as raised by, was that Member of Parliament for Igembe Central?
Igembe Central.
Igembe Central, Kili. We do not wish to securitize part of the RMLF that is addressing from Kera. We noted that, and we'll be coming to this House to seek necessary amendments to the statute that governs RMLF. We have the annuity fund, and you know, annuity has not taken off as it were because the risk placed on annuity on the maintenance front is so high. So most of the annuity roads which were meant to be done on annuity have basically collapsed, and we are sitting on 3 shillings under annuity. And a few roads which were done in annuity can be managed within 50% of the 3 shillings. And therefore, we can take 1 shilling and 50 cents, securitize, return that money to yourselves in the various constituencies to be able to address the road challenges, maintenance and development that we are facing today. We did also propose to securitize part of the CS allocation that for a long time has not, like one member said, not been well distributed in an equitable way to all the constituencies because there are emergencies across the whole country. And yet, this equivalent of 1 shilling and 80 cents or 1 shilling and 50 cents, which sits under the CS allocation, could be securitized. And securitization, really, when you get the discounted future value over 10 years, we can raise as much as 120 billion today and come to this House to agree on how we can build our roads in Kenya. And you do know the challenges we have on the low-volume seal roads that need maintenance and that are orphaned because we don't have maintenance to those some of those low-volume seals. So securitization does not seek to really impact majorly on the carer because carer is addressing a very specific role, and therefore, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, when we talk to securitization, we're basically looking at making best use of some of the RMLF money within the armpit of Kenya, where we think we can get a shilling from Kenya, we can get a shilling from CS allocation, we can get 1 shilling and 50 cents from annuity fund, and therefore securitize, raise some 120 billion and address the challenges, including what we have done through securitization of the 7 shillings. That raises 175, and like I said, 63 billion, which has already come, honorable members, has returned the bridge facility of the 63 of the 175 has made all the contractors to go back to work. So if there is any stranded road or due to a bending bill in any part of the country today, I would like to take up that and ensure the contractor resumes work because we have paid them on account of securitization for the bending bills, and therefore we should be able to get them to complete and continue with some of those projects. Mheshimiwa Nyakundi, I think I've answered the question on we don't intend to touch the 22%, and if we have to, we'll do it, and really not before we do public participation within the principles of Parliament, so that we all agree on what it means in terms of unlocking the challenge that faces our roads in Kenya today. Mawade, Mheshimiwa Mawade, Embakasi South, we are looking at a win-win, and I think if we can unlock, and we'd like to unlock, I'm hurt most as a Minister for Roads to see some 10.5 billion sitting there and not being able to deploy. The challenge between the county government and the National Assembly is not so much on the concern of, it's a concern of how can we quickly use this money to sort out the challenges that afflict our people, particularly at a time like now. Kenya will not understand the difference between the county government and the national government in maintaining roads. And therefore, allow me, Speaker, honorable members, to provide some high level of leadership to ensure that the High Office do help us to address this through mediation and resolve this issue, so that even as we release the balance of 3.533 billion next week, we should really talk to how sooner do we release, like George Kariuki raised, how sooner do we release the 10.5 billion? And within this financial year, so that the smart idea of doing a multi-year does not have to really go to, we don't have to go to 2026, 25, 26 with the programs of 24, 25. We should be allowed to finish the programs that we did plan for 2025, 26. Lugari, Honorable Nabwere, Nabi, I think I've really addressed that. Nabwere, we honestly do not wish to impact on the RMLF 22% and 10%, even as we think through securitization. But securitization, honorable members, when we possibly conference, should be really the solution to discount the value of the money that we should be collecting for the next 10 years and allow us to use that money in the next 2-3 years and address the challenges that are facing the road sector today. I don't know whether there is any moramming of roads and the CS allocation. Like I did mention, securitization has unlocked 63 billion already. We'll be going out to list 20% and 80% on the bond market to raise 175 and be able to address, on account of the securitization, the challenge facing the road. And like I've said, I would like to really get any road that is stranded today on account of pending bill, because we are able to pay, if they have not resumed, it's just because of the challenge of the, any, Honorable Speaker, members, any road which is stranded on account of pending bill, we should be able to get the contractors back to work, because we've paid them 40% and they have signed up what we developed as settlement agreement. The settlement agreement is a return to work formula, and they are all going back to work. In fact, I did address all the contractors this morning in a breakfast meeting, and they should all be getting back to work. Thank you.
Minister, take your seat. Honorable members, I'll do another round. Give me 2 minutes to give you a communication under order 3. Then I'll give you, owing to the immense interest I see. Take your seat. Honorable members, I have a message from the President as a referral of 2 bills to the National Assembly. Pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 42, I wish to report to the House that I've received 2 messages from His Excellency the President regarding the referral of the following bills to Parliament for reconsideration: the Anti-Money Laundering and Combating of Terrorism Financing Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 5 of 2025, and the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2023. Order cases. When a communication is being made, it's good to listen. Honorable members, in the first message, His Excellency the President conveys that pursuant to Article 115(1)(b) of the Constitution, he has considered the Anti-Money Laundering and Combating of Terrorism Financing Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 5 of 2025, and referred it back to the National Assembly for reconsideration, expressing reservations concerning the bill. In the Presidential Memorandum of Referral of the bill back to the National Assembly, His Excellency the President has expressed reservations on Clause 3 of the bill. In the second message, His Excellency the President conveys that pursuant to Article 115(1)(b) of the Constitution, he has considered the conflict of interests and referred it back to Parliament for reconsideration, expressing reservations to the bill. In the presidential memorandum of referral of the bill back to Parliament, His Excellency the President has expressed reservations on clauses 2, 5, 6, 8, 12, 16, 17, 18, 20, 30, 31, and 35 of the bill. Further, His Excellency the President has detailed the reasons for his reservations to the said clauses and made recommendations thereof for consideration by the Houses of Parliament. Honourable members, having made his reservations on the two bills, which are contained in the memorandum to the House, His Excellency the President now requests Parliament to reconsider the bills in accordance with the provisions of Article 115 of the Constitution. Honourable members, you may recall that this House passed the Anti-Money Laundering and Combating of Terrorism Financing Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 5 of 2025, on 16th April 2025, following which I presented the bill to His Excellency the President for assent in accordance with the provisions of Article 113 of the Constitution. You may also recall that the National Assembly and the Senate passed the mediated version of the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly Bill, number 12 of 2023 on 5th December 2024 and 8th April 2025, respectively. Thereafter, I presented the bill to His Excellency the President for assent in accordance with the provisions of Article 113 of the Constitution. This House is therefore required to consider the President's reservations to the specified clauses in respect of each bill. Standing Order 154.2 requires the House to consider the President's reservations within 21 days upon receipt of the memorandum. Honourable members, with respect to the President's reservations to the Anti-Money Laundering and Combating of Terrorism Financing Laws Amendment Bill 2025, the message from His Excellency the President, together with the Presidential Memorandum of Referral, are hereby referred to the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs. With regard to the Conflict of Interest Bill 2023, you may recall that its passage underwent the bicameral process under Article 113 of the Constitution. Given that the bill was originated by this House, the consideration of the President's reservations to the bill will commence in the National Assembly. In this regard, the President's reservations to the bill and the Presidential Memorandum of Referral stand committed to the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs for consideration. The committee should prioritize the bill and table its report soonest to allow this House to consider the President's reservations within the said timelines. Upon conclusion of consideration of the President's reservations by this House, I will transmit the decision of the National Assembly to the Senate, seeking its concurrence on the said decision. Honourable members, I hasten to guide the House that the consideration of the President's reservations to the bills by the respective committees and the House will be undertaken in accordance with the provisions of Article 115 of the Constitution. Further, the guidance contained in the Speaker's communication of July 28, 2015, relating the consideration of the President's reservations to the bill and amendments thereto will apply as shall be necessary. I now direct the clerk to circulate the memorandum of His Excellency the President to the two bills to all members so that they can familiarize themselves with the contents therein. The House is accordingly informed and guided. Thank you. We do another round. Wow. Can we do 3-3? 3-3? Yes. 3-3. Who do I take? Who do I leave? Mele Odhiambo. Mele Odhiambo.
Woman.
Non-MP, you are all MPs.
We are all MPs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Try and take a minute or two each.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll take less.
Very good.
And we are all MPs. To the CS, I just want to thank you, but I just wanted to ask, the last time you were here, you had made a promise in relation to Sindo Mbita Road. to talk to the contractors to do the maintenance before works. And you have actually just indicated that you've released funds, and we know that that is not one of the things that has been done, and I'm sure Honorable Karoli is going to raise the same issue. Can you please clarify what the position is?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to congratulate you, Mr. Speaker, because all I wanted to say about the needs of my constituents have been raised by my colleagues. I wanted to tell you, Mr. Speaker, finally...
Then resume your seat.
No, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to submit because you have given me 1 minute. Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, finally you have brought back central role of making decisions concerning monies that concerns our people as a central role back to the Parliament. And it is good that the executive now have to realize that Parliament has a role to play for any decisions to be made before they make implementations of the budgets that we make here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, my question to the CS is...
Take 1 minute each. In Zambia, you don't have to stand up. I can see you from here.
Honorable Speaker, my question to the CS is that he has made it good to return the contractors on site. But my question to you, CS, whereas you are returning the contractors on site, what are you planning to do with respect to maintenance ahead of works? Particularly, I'm talking in terms of two roads, Honorable Speaker, C41 and the road from Shanda, Malaha to Mukweso. What are you planning to do about maintenance ahead of works?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to, the Waziri has 1 minute.
1 minute each.
Yeah.
I'll consider an additional.
Waziri has said all the contractors are back. Honorable Speaker, in my constituency, I have not seen any contractor back, and I know they are pending bills in Thika, but also I wanted to add, in 22 and 10%, Waziri, that one is a no-no. We are not going to discuss 22% and 10%. It stays the same way it's supposed to be. Thank you.
Yes, the Speaker doesn't need any help. Yes, I'll give to Ngogoyo. 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. On one straight issue, Mr. CS, naturally, KERA operates with work plans. Are there any contrary instructions from you or from KERA instructing the Constituency Roads Committee to prepare for work plans that are less from the monies that naturally would have been planned for? And I'm asking this so that I know whether there is a direct communication from you or from the DG for KERA on different instructions to the Constituency Roads Committee on the amount of monies that they are going to plan for in the next financial year. Because naturally, at such a point, there are always instructions. Are there any instructions that you have issued or the DG for KERA contrary to what has always been planned for in every financial year?
Member for Keyo South.
Mr. Speaker, thank you.
You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is a question which the CS has not answered. The money for RMLF belongs to 4 institutions. 1, KERA. 2, KENA. 3, KURA. 4, KWS. No, KFS don't get. If you read the 3rd schedule of Kenya Road Sport Act, it gives the 4. Now, the case in court gave a ruling that you set aside 10 billion. There is no part of that ruling that says set aside KERA. So we just need the CS to do, in that formula, there is 10%, 22%, 47%, or how many? Now, why, when you are told to set aside 10 billion, you just target what belongs equitably to...
Point made. Zambia. And avoid jumping up.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
In this house, if you are not careful, you may not get time to express yourself. Honorable Speaker, I have heard the CS express himself to us. Honorable Speaker, before the CS leaves here, because I understand right now, whatever we have in every constituency is 17 million out of 42. We want to know exactly the exact amount from 42, which is 25 million, when he is sending them, because he has just said he will just send the money by next week. We want the total amount, which is 25 million, to be sent to the regional,
Point made.
Thank you.
Honorable members, when we finish this, Musa Serima will be invited to make a statement as chair of CDF committee on the CDF issue that you have been raising. I'll now give to Justice Kemei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Posing, I sent out Pakandia this afternoon because of conducting himself the way you are doing. Take your seat. I've given the floor to Justice Kemei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The CS in this presentation, Mr. Speaker, has talked about the low-volume seal roads. This program, Mr. Speaker, has left most of the tarmac roads in our constituencies in a very, very terrible state. When is the earliest that the CS expects these roads to be redone? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Donya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we are having the CS for roads, Mr. Speaker, I've just received a message, Mr. Speaker, from my grandmother. She has told me, please listen, as the MPs do good work of connecting the roads, they now request the CS to add some money. As they do the roads, they add water pipes, because governors have failed to do that work, some. Then they can also...
It is clear the message you say you have received is fake, and you're just building a story. Ask a question.
Mr. Speaker, when we debate...
Ask a question to the...
Can they be added for money as they do the roads? They also do water connectivity. Thank you.
Yes. Wow. So you said we do 3-3. I've done 5-5. Wamumbi will be the last. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the CS has said that the contractors have been paid 40%. It's good he clarify that it is 40% of the certificate raised, which is not enough, so he need to check on that, Mr. Speaker. Finally, the CS has a CS allocation, and he said that the money set aside will be released when the stalemate is sorted out. Let the minister release the money from the CS allocation to KERA. Then when the stalemate is sorted out, the money set aside, he can take it to CS allocation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Rueda.
Asante, Bwana Speaker. Ningependa waziri, mwanzo nimpongeze waziri. Ya kwanza nataka nimwambie waziri, sheria zikitengenezwa hakikishe wanafikiria sehemu zingine. Kwangu hakuna barabara imefanywa kwa sababu contractor hawezi kufanya barabara moja, kupeleka tu material kubebwa na meli ni 4 million. Sasa paka contractor washikane ndio waweze kufanya barabara. Hii sheria iliyowekwa bila kufikiria pande za kwetu, barabara zile mbili ambazo zimepeana hazijaweza kufanywa. Ya pili, Bwana Speaker, kwetu watu wanangojea na ngoma. Tunasikia barabara ya kwanza ya tarmac inafanywa 1 inch, hakuna. Sasa hiyo watafanya. Kwa hivyo wafanye bidii, contractor aje. Watu wanangojea, hiyo ni kama itakuwa sijui ni kitu gani imefanywa, ndio mwanzo haijawahi kufanywa. Tuna hamu ya kungojea contractor. Kila wakati tunaulizwa contractor na kuja lini. Please tuwaomba huyo contractor aje na hiyo barabara moja angalau na sisi tuanze kuona lami. Tusichukue wanafunzi kupeleka sehemu zingine kuangalia lami. Contractor shapewa na...
Point made. Very last, Posing.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. May God bless you, Honorable Speaker, abundantly. Now, Honorable Speaker, some information. The CS said
What would you have said if I didn't give you the chance?
May God bless you abundantly, my Honorable Speaker.
Go on.
And the God of Rome, may God of Rome bless you.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, the CS said that the contractors are either on the way or they are on the ground. I want to inform him that there's no contractor that has come back in the entire West Pokot County. No one. So maybe he would take this opportunity to tell us that it's back on this road, it's back on this road, it is back on this road. Otherwise, West Pokot is zero.
Point made. CS. Members, you agreed to 3-3. Let's hear the... Yes, yes. You can see the level of interest.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The issue of maintenance before work, Honorable Millie Odhiambo, is something we've taken up, I've taken up, and where there is a road like in Peter Sindo, traversing your constituency, we really have given instructions to contractors to do maintenance ahead of works. As the road construction is going on, economic activities don't stop. So if that has not happened for this particular road and any other road, I would encourage the members to basically send me a small message, and I will ensure that maintenance is first done to ensure roads are motorable, so that as they do the major work, our citizens are able to use those roads. I think that's the same question as raised by, it seems to be a big concern raised by Anangwe, and therefore I'll take up, let me get information at a more individual level on roads that we really need to do maintenance ahead of work so that the roads are motorable even as we do the major construction. For Thika Town, Alice, I don't know whether we are saying we should not discuss and resolve the impulse on the RMLF, because what we are basically saying is let's not discuss the 22%. And the 22%, we have got a conservatory court order. Are we saying we don't do the mediation? Do I get clear instruction from Parliament not to go that route and we leave it to go through the court? Or can I get very clear guidance, because we really respect for my take. Because the challenge of, particularly at a time like now,
from who?
From who? I thought that the instruction should only come from the Speaker.
Dan, ask what you want to
So,
say.
I'm making a clarification, Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
that what Mheshimiwa Alice from Thika meant was that they should not securitize the 22% and the 10%, not to touch the 22% and the 10%. But For what is ongoing in the mediation, that is allowed to continue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you for that clarification, Honorable Chair. And Ngogoyo, is that Kajiado West? The direct communication.
Kajiado North.
Kajiado North. I think the question from the Member of Parliament for Kajiado North is got to do with whether we have given instructions to the regional engineers to not to, as they do the work plans for the next financial year, to exclude what has been withheld in court. And those, we've not issued those instructions. Let me just be as brief as that, because it is important that we plan. We do see the challenge as an interim and like a challenge, and like I've said, we do not want to unlock the challenge and then we go back to planning for the works. So there are no instructions issued to the regional engineers not to plan for works in line with the 22 and 10% allocation. Keyo South, Banakimayo, I don't remember what the question was. It was a contest of, I didn't record the question properly, but let me finish first with Zambia. When are we?
Kimayo asked that under the schedule, the money is for Kera, Kura, Kenha, and
thank you.
KWS.
Thank you, thank you, Honorable Speaker. You know, I thought I'd answer that question, but let me just try and get that clarification that in between 2016 and 2021, the money that is in contest and which was being administered by the county government was the Kura and Kera. So what seemed to be in contest was what was taken away from the county government, which was the Kura and the Kera amounts. Because you'll recall, if you go back historically, between 2016 and 2021, these amounts were being administered by the county government. We just returned it to Parliament. And therefore, when the contest came, it was about the Kera and Kura, because the Kena is not in contest, and it has never been administered by the county government. So what we basically did, like I explained, was to withhold the ratios in the share of 15% as a share of 47, which is 15 and 32%. And Speaker, honorable members, I want to provide leadership and ensure that we do seek that mediation at the highest level and unlock this challenge. I think that's more important. With respect to the question raised by when are we seeing the full amount of the disbursement, I did indicate that the amount that we are withholding, or that we still have, not withholding rather, for the 10% and the 20%, we'll release all of it next week, to the extent that it is not within that conservatory order, interim conservatory order issued by the courts. We'll release the amount of 3.5 billion next week, and that will be available to address those roads. With respect to Justice Kamei, what was the question from Justice Kamei? Let me deal first with low volume roads. You know, honorable members, what we will shortly see with the low volume roads, even the orphan roads, is securitization availing some level of resources for us to repair and reseal the low volume roads across the country. In effect, a number of some of those low volume roads that Mheshimiwa Kemei from, is it Sigawet, raised, is that they are orphan roads. They have not been allocated resources for maintenance. With securitization, like I said, when we really engage and talk to this securitization and what we are able to do with that money, we should be able to maintain, and we are already doing even with the securitization funds, because some of the contractors, immediately they finished the low volume seal roads, they were not able to undertake the maintenance which was within the contract, because there was so much pending bills that they abandoned work. So even the last bit of the 1 year maintenance was not taken up. And therefore, if you go to roads like today, Tarajasita, Chebole, it is being maintained and resealed because we have unlocked and paid for the bending bill, and therefore they are able to go and do what was not accomplished under the contract. So we'll be able to see quite a number of this happening across the whole country. I just use one example. With respect to Rwaida, Mtakawanda, Kisingitini, I'll push to make sure the contractor goes to site next week, if he has not already gone to site. Because I think the contract, the tenders were done. This is probably the first tarmac road in Lamu East. And Mheshimiwa Rwaida, let me take up that for next week. Honorable Kosing, the contractors, we've just been paying them in the last 1-2 weeks, except that I accompanied His Excellency to China. And unfortunately, it has also been raining. It is on top of my agenda. This is what I probably do every day to make sure that the contractors go back to work. I did say we signed, every contractor who has been paid 40% signed a settlement agreement, which is an agreement to confirm that they'll go back to work on payment of 40% while awaiting the 60% that should be paid within 120 days. And the success of our fundraising the 60% and being paid the balance will be how they perform on the 40%. The settlement agreement also did push the contractors to discount 35% of interest which they had levied on the interest. And therefore, Mheshimiwa Kosing, this Parliament, Honorable Speaker, I wish to confirm that contractors on any road which had been abandoned due to unpaid or pending bills, we're getting them to go back to work. And if they have not gone back to work, it's just because it's raining, it's because they're servicing equipment. You know, this really massive earth-moving equipment, Honorable Speaker, some of them have been lying idle for the last 2-3 years. And so a number of them are being serviced, it is raining, but all of them indiscriminately will go back to work on payment of that 40%, which has happened. And I want to confirm to the House that is going to happen, if it has not happened already. Not in a matter of months, in a matter of days. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I want us to end here with this CS. Mwashako, what is it?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think it's important for the CS to clarify. He has made statements in this House. There are people who are watching online that all contractors have gone back to the road. He is aware.
But he's just explained, Mwashako.
No, let me say he's aware that the contractor has refused to go back to the road because of the rates. The agreement rates were done in 2021. The contractor has been paid 40%. He said he will not, that is stakeholder cooperation in a road, Mtomogodi, Mbale, Undanyi, Bura Road. The CS is aware. We were with him in Taveta when the President visited. The contractor has categorically said he's not going back to the road until the rates are reviewed. And therefore, the CS needs to clarify that my people are aware that the contractor is not there because of certain issues, rather than just agreeing that all contractors are going back to the road. And we've expected the contractor to go back to the road for the last 2 months. Even the President pronounced himself that the contractor was to go there on a Monday 2 months ago. And it is now 2 months later. So,
CS.
Let me confirm, Honorable Chair, to the House that on this particular road in Mwatate, the contractor, Stekol, has confirmed is going back to work. I do know that the rates that were obtaining for this particular Mtomwagodi road were basically way below, particularly on the hilly areas, and we have resolved that challenge. So the same contractor, Stekol, will go back to work. If he has already not gone to work, I would like to encourage Mheshimiwa to see me after this. Mtomwagodi road is not a challenge as we speak today. There'll be such other cases where, because work has been pending for a long time, and because of the escalation of cost, a number of contractors could be seeking to have their rates reviewed. But we have not opened that window. But for this particular one, there was a challenge, and Mheshimiwa, this road, we don't have a challenge. We have resolved that concern with the contractor, and the contractor, if he has not gone back to work already, should be back to work next week. And I want to confirm, Tom Wagodi, I have been in constant touch with this contractor. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. You are released to go back. Now, we'll now invite Musa Sirma to make a statement in relation to the release of CDF funds. After that, members with requests for statements, be ready.
Mr. Speaker, following your intervention and giving me instructions to get firm confirmation of release of funds from Treasury this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, I visited the Treasury where I had a meeting with the PS, the Director General, Mr. Ndungu, and also Mr. CS Mbadi on the release which he promised that he was going to release on the 29th. Due to technical or unavoidable circumstances, he has given a firm confirmation that the money will be released. Yes. That is going to release the money on Friday. Tomorrow is on holiday. But because we had that meeting on three of us, that is the CS, the PS, and the Director General. And they gave a firm confirmation that the money will be released on Friday, and therefore expect your money on Monday or Tuesday in your accounts. I have also, that is the 7 billion, Mr. Speaker. No, the one he released is already in the accounts. They were released by yesterday. Everybody was having his money in their account, his or her money in their account. No, yeah, the money which went to the constituencies, Mr. Speaker. Yes. No, I have corrected. It is the NGCDF accounts in the various constituencies. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, I would like to confirm that because I had a meeting personally on full instructions of the Speaker to have a meeting with them. And I have done so. I have complied, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much.
The Honorable Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate the chairman for that information. But even as he gives us that information, Honorable Speaker, you know when you talk about technical issues, it leaves us very confused. Because to me, I don't think there's something called technical itch. The CS was here, he gave a commitment. Now he was giving you a commitment in Treasury, not in the House. And you want us to believe him. I think, Honorable Speaker, I said it the other time. Honorable Speaker, we should resist this idea of CSs coming to this House, they give commitments, and they don't honor them. It degrades the status of this House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, the Honorable Makila Plast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whereas I appreciate the efforts done by my colleague and chairman for NGCDF, Mr. Speaker, the commitment that was made to this House of Parliament representing Kenyans was on 29th. So, Speaker, today is 30th. Is this technical hitch a plan to ensure that the technical hitch sends members home for the recess so that we don't talk about it until we come back from recess? Mr. Speaker, Parliament is an house of record. We want cabinet secretaries, when they say 29th, they mean 29. Mr. Speaker, what corrective measure are you going to do if by the time we are in recess and we come back here and money has not been sent to our constituencies? Mr. Speaker, that will be a serious gross misconduct of a cabinet secretary in the House for pledging on 29 and now creating some other stories, which is not backed by evidence. Our chairman here does not have evidence. He has just made a blanket statement that he's visited the National Treasury, but without any written commitment. Mr. Speaker, we need to protect the House of Parliament for the people of Kenya.
Honorable Mwenje, understanding order number 1.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I've heard what the statement that has been made, and Honorable Speaker, you remember the Cabinet Secretary came and gave an undertaking. Honorable Speaker, then I would urge my fellow members that when we come back from recess, one of the things you're sure will be brought to this House by the executive is under Article 223 to approve certain expenditures that had not been approved. That as a House, we will not approve. We will not approve under Article 223 unless all the monies have been received in CDF. That is what we can do, and I believe this House, it is time we exercise our powers. There is no point in passing a budget if it's not going to be implemented. If the executive are simply going to go and change things and then bring them here for the House to approve later on. So, Honorable Speaker, I beg that the integrity of this House do not be demeaned by the actions of the executive. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Chair, the concerns raised by members is valid and very serious. I think it is not the first time the Cabinet Secretary in charge of National Treasury is making a promise to release funds towards CDF, and the promises are not being met. And this House never operates in vain. Can you have your last word and your utmost commitment? And I'm telling you this as I do so, reminding you of the powers of this House, even over that Cabinet Secretary. So have your last word.
Mr. Speaker, I do understand this is a House of records and a House of whatever you say, you must have a reason for it. Mr. Speaker, I do expect anybody in authority to be a truthful person by giving me statements which he knows I will go and release to the House, committing myself. Therefore, list as promised. I do understand also the shortage of money to pay for bursaries. At this time, it is the students and the parents are at high need of sending their children to school. And therefore, I do believe that the CS meant his word. And of course, there are many other things, Mr. Speaker, that the CS will require this House to do. Let's trust him for today. And if he doesn't do, we have another tomorrow. Thank you.
I want us to be done with this. Yeah, because we are raising this with the chair of CDF. He is one of us. We have power over him. And I hope you understand what I'm saying, Honorable Musa Sirma. We have power over over you, just as we also have.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I want to request for statement regarding status of investigations into the murder of Mr. Joshua Mutai, a village elder in Sigawit Ward, Kericho County. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2 Part C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the status of investigations into the murder of Mr. Joshua Mutai, a village elder in Sigawet Ward, Kericho County. Honorable Speaker, on 6th March 2024, Mr. Joshua Mutai of ID number 12751157, a village elder serving in Kapkeyo Village, Kepeneti sublocation, received a letter from the area assistant chief, Mr. Langat David, concerning the welfare of a child who had been allegedly burned by the father, as communicated by the Children's Department. Mr. Mutai is reported to have delivered this letter to the said father, who responded with serious threats to the life of the village elder. Tragically, on 25th April 2025, Mr. Mutai was found lying along a footpath in the area, gruesomely murdered, having suffered deep and fatal cuts to the head. The recipient of the letter, who is also the main suspect in the matter, has since gone into hiding and remains at large. The incident was reported at Sondu Police Station under OP number 6/21/04/2025 by wife of the deceased, MS Joyce Mutai. This heinous killing has caused alarm among residents of Sigawet Ward, leading to public protests and unrest, including demonstrations up to the home of the member of the County Assembly, that is the MCA for Sigawet Ward, Honorable Kiprotich Rokony. Mr. Mutai, who had served diligently as a village elder for 5 years, was also a father of 4 children and was widely respected for his dedication to the community. His death has left his family devastated, as he was the sole breadwinner. The incident has also caused village elders in Kericho County to live in fear, uncertain about their own safety, as they continue to discharge their responsibilities. The scholar students studying in the nearby secondary schools can no longer leave for school early in the morning due to rising concerns by parents over security, which has disrupted their education. It is worth noting that village elders serve their communities voluntarily without any remuneration, yet despite the sacrifice, they continue to work under unsafe conditions. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. 1, the current status of investigations into the murder of Mr. Joshua Mutai, including effort executing their duties. 3, initiatives that the ministry has developed to ensure the security of local that needs to be given much attention. The deceased was laid to rest yesterday with a lot of pain from the villagers and especially even from the administrators. Honorable Speaker, this is a very marginalized area of Sigawet Ward. I was there on Sunday, and it was not easy, Honorable Speaker. There is no money, Marumbasi. So these students go to school late because of security. This guy is at large. The suspect is at large. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, the village elder used to travel for over 6 kilometers by foot to deliver even bursary forms that he collected in the village for the villagers, at least to take to the officers concerned. And Honorable Speaker, even the family, I pray, Honorable Speaker, that this be given serious attention that it deserves. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
On special request, the Honorable Justice Kimei.
Joshua Mutai, Mr. Speaker, died in the hands of a person who is on the run. There is fear now in the constituency, and in particular in Sigawet Ward, where everybody fears for his or her life because this man is on the run. We've been taking up the matter, Mr. Speaker, with the administration in the sub-county, and as today in the morning, when I talked to the DCC, Mr. Kisalu, the man is still at large. So, Mr. Speaker, we want to condemn this act and request the office of the Speaker to issue a statement that will calm the people of my constituency, and particularly Sigawet Ward, knowing very well that there is a man on the loose, a man suspected to have killed somebody who is, at the end of the day, not being paid even a salary. Mr. Speaker, lastly, the village elders, the village managers that we have, and the pastors are the first points of contact whenever calamity is in the society or our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I beg to support the statement requested by my colleague. Thank you.
Honorable Millie Odhiambo, the Minority Whip, lastly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to add my voice on the killing of Mr. Mutai, which is very unfortunate. And Mr. Speaker, it might look like it's a small thing that is happening in one part of the country. But Mr. Speaker, it actually speaks to impunity. Only yesterday, members of parliament were speaking here about officers who are killed in the line of duty. You know that you've just sent a contribution to my cousin, who is your constituent, who was killed in the line of duty in similar circumstances. Who is being buried tomorrow as well. And Mr. Speaker, if enough to say that this person is at large, what at large? Has he gone to Mass of Venus? Is he on earth? So it wouldn't be the responsibility of your family to see how they are burying you. Just like the case you're saying of Kimutai, my cousin is the only breadwinner in their family. And once he said, we buried the father last week, you are burying him tomorrow. So you have to try and scrape through to get something. Why? When this is a person working for the government, especially in the security sector, there needs to be a quick fund to deal with people who are killed, whether it is in borders, within maintaining peace and order. So I want to thank Honorable Beatrice and say we stand in solidarity and support, and may the police take action.
The Honorable Dido Raso, this is serious. Commit to the House when you are getting the report to the House.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is a case of a clear murder of an elder. But I believe already something in the shortest time possible. The culprit should be arrested and be brought before court. Thank you, Honorable.
From after we come from...
We can even make arrangements to visit Kericho and cool the temperatures of the people. Kericho and cool the temperatures of the people to be seen to be doing something as members of parliament. They can do something, Honorable Speaker. So we cannot wait up to next, maybe when we resume. They can do something. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Vice Chair of the Committee on Administration and Internal Security agrees with you and has indicated that 2 weeks after recess does not mean they'll wait up to. Recess does not mean they'll wait up to. It is within, and knowing that committee, I know.
Speaker, Honorable Speaker, we are playing the same pool. We are playing with my very good friend from Kericho, or Sigowen. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to request for a statement regarding status of investigations into the murder of Madam Roslida Akinyi. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to standing The husband of the deceased, Mr. Paul Ali Wechuli, was also a victim of an armed robbery at Harambe Market, Matungu Sub-County. This incident was reported to Harambe Police Station, but till date, there has been no substantive progress in the investigations or apprehension status of investigation into the murder of Madam Rosita Wanga, including any arrests made so far, and whether officers from the serious crimes and or homicide units have been deployed to support the investigations. 2, a report on the status of investigation into the case of robbery with violence to Mr. Paul Wechuli, husband to the slain teacher, which occurred in May 2023. And 3, the immediate measures put in place by the ministry to strengthen security in Kakamega County to curb the rising cases of violent crime.
I have a statement. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I will indulge so that we get more information from him. But also, at the same time, I think they say justice delayed is justice denied. It has taken.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, looking at one of the very immediate requests I'm seeking from the committee is to look at, Honorable Speaker, looking at one of the very immediate requests I'm seeking from the committee is to look at deployment of officers from serious crimes and homicides, particularly from Nairobi, to go and support the team on the ground. Honorable Speaker, looking at the case that has happened, it once happened to the husband. Now it has come. The husband was first abducted in May 2023. After that, it has followed that the wife has. After that, it has followed that the wife has now been murdered. That means it's a sequence of events affect me is to help deploy officers from serious crimes to go and address the issue on a short-term basis. Deploy officers from serious crimes to go and address the issue on a short-term basis. to go and address the issue on a short-term basis.
On administration and internal security regarding trespass and failure to enforce court orders on LR number 8481/1, located in Kasarani constituency within Nairobi County. Mr. Speaker, this land parcel is registered under the estate of the late Mrs. Peris Wamboi Matiru and has been the subject of a long-standing court dispute. In 1996, Mr. Speaker, the High Court issued orders restraining squatters who had occupied that land. And on the 29th of November 2019, the High Court authorized a land surveyor to re-establish the beacons in the disputed land and further authorized that police officers provide protection to the rightful owners. However, the land surveyor was obstructed by the individuals illegally residing on the land when he attempted to execute the court orders. The beacons were, however, re-established on 31st January 2025, and a subsequent beacon certificate issued to the estate of the late Ms. Peris Matiru issued on the 13th February 2025. Despite the court orders, Mr. Speaker, the family has not been able to enjoy peaceful possession and enjoyment of the land, threatening their constitutional right to property under Article 60 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the department. Please enjoy peaceful possession of their land, parcel number LR 8481/1, into brackets LR number 138588 in Kasarani constituency within Nairobi. Number 2, the long-term measures that the government is putting in place to address the rising cases of trespass of land, especially in urban areas where land disputes continue to threaten property rights. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and emphasize that with escalating conflict in other areas involving land, that this should be considered as a very urgent question for response. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable colleague who is presenting this statement is a lawyer, and yourself, Mr. Speaker. This thing borders on a civil case. And that.
Honorable Stephen Mugaka.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I thank the chair for acknowledging that I'm a lawyer and I've actually cited court orders preserving the property and requiring our executive through the police to enforce the court orders. And unless court orders are enforced, it's a recipe for lawlessness. And that is why poor owners who have litigated and have orders in their favor, if we cannot support, execute those orders, then there is no point of having gone to court in the first
This order was directed at which officer to enforce?
The OCS Kasarani.
And so as we wait for 2 weeks after recess, please supply the chair of the committee with a copy of that order. So
Thank you so much,
when
Mr.
the matter
Speaker.
is pursued with the relevant ministry, that information goes to them. Because if there is a straightforward order to be enforced by a particular police station, police division, or police at any level, it has to be met with compliance. So 2 weeks after recess, yeah, so for the convenience of the House, question number 4 on the list of statements will be deferred to the future. Question number 5, the question by the Honorable Suzanne Kiamba, MP for Makueni constituency.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wish to request for a statement regarding suspension and dismissal of Mr. Paul Wambua Ndambuki from the Kenya Revenue Authority. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44.2c, I raise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Labor regarding suspension and subsequent dismissal of Mr. Paul Wambua Ndambuki from the Customs and Excise Department in the Kenya Revenue Authority at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. Honorable Speaker, on 27th October 1998, Mr. of receipts, which indicated different amounts. On 12th January 1999, the Appointments, Promotion and Disciplinary Committee of the Kenya Revenue Authority held a meeting to determine Wambua's case. Of the Constitution provides for the right to a fair hearing, including a right to prepare and defense, to present and dismissal of Mr. Wambua violated his guaranteed rights under the Constitution. Section 41 of the Employment Act, Cap 226, requires that before terminating employment, the employer must termination caused immense emotional, psychological, and financial suffering to him and his dependents. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement September 1999, and 2, state when Mr. Wambua will be paid his salary arrears and other benefits for the period he served, and compensation for the emotional and financial harm he suffered due to this unlawful dismissal. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Joshua.
Kamba language, if you say Kiamba, means a big thing. If the name is Kiamba, Susan is not... that big, if you say that is a family which deserve to be compensated. And this, the committee should take it serious. Even the other day, 3 weeks ago, I visited because Susan, Makueni constituency and Lekaiti constituency, they are... They border each other. Before they give a reply to this house, they need to do something even before then. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Kiamba, are you looking at compensation or reinstatement?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. When we talk of Paul, Paul is over 75 years now. He has suffered for the last, I don't know how many years. So I would not be expecting to be re-employed. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Chair, Departmental Committee on Labor. Is that Honorable Ken Chonga? Isn't that Honorable Ken Chonga? He's the chair. The experts who took leadership a short while back have started absenting themselves from the House. Who would commit on behalf of the committee, on behalf of the chair of the committee? That is Honorable Doris Donya. You serve in the Labour Committee.
Yes, I serve. I've served there for the last 2 years. I confirm that I'll pass it to the chair so that we give the response in 2 weeks' time, after the recess.
What is the magic about 2 weeks after recess? Can you give this response the first week after recess?
You've asked a very good question. Maybe when we sit the first week, then the second week we make the resolutions.
So within the... First,
it's a hypertensive case. He has no responsible children to take care of.
For consideration. We know what happens in some of these cases. Some Kenyans have been treated so badly. Matter of resettlement of Tujo Kiandagoro. Victims.
The provisions of Standing Order 44244. To C, I wish to request for a statement from the chair in what was part of forest conservation measures. Notably, 5 134 households were evicted from Grove forest evictees vagrant in various parts of Nyeri County. Although Sorio Ranch Village 5 was identified as an alternative land to resettle them, no steps has been taken to conclude the process. In 2008, the government resettled the evictees of Kavaru, were not settled. The evictees were further vetted in 2020 by a multi-agency committee chaired by the county commissioner with membership from the Ministry of Land, the National Lands Commission, and the deputy county commissioners. The multi-agency team also confirmed that the 534 households were evicted from Toshaki and Ogoro Forest, hence deserving to be settled. However, the government did not identify any available land to settle. The affected persons, and despite numerous follow-ups since then, progress made on the resettlement of the 534 households that were vetted and ascertained as genuine evictees of Tocha Kiadogoro Forest. Evictees on Sorio Ranch Village 5, despite them being ascertained as genuine evictees, and the steps being taken to resettle them, and the timelines for implementation of the plan. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chair, Departmental Committee on Lands. Who will speak on behalf of the Departmental Committee in the absence? Honorable Naomi Wako. Bear collective responsibility.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It's unfortunate most of our chairs are not around, but I take the responsibility, pass the information, and within the first 2 weeks, the response will be given. Thank you.
The Honorable Wandeto, acceptable?
That is acceptable.
2 weeks after recess.
That is acceptable, Chair. Thank you.
Yes, 2 weeks after recess. It is. Let's go to question number.
Mwalimu Investment Company Limited, Gumiko. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry, offering 20 shillings a month to establish Gumiko. By 1982, the company had been officially incorporated, and through their collective savings, they acquired 4 prime plots in Kisii town, upon which they constructed good Mwalimu House and Mwalimu International. However, despite their hard work and sacrifice, Gumiko's properties, regional members vehemently disputed, citing irregular liquidation spanning for decades now, despite having contributed over 5 million towards legal processes. The retirees have now resorted to peaceful monthly demonstrations outside the Gusii Mwalimu Sacco premises, seeking government intervention and public support. Regrettably, Mr. Speaker, their appeals to successive government administrations, including the current leadership, have yet to bear fruit. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of departmental dissolution and takeover of Gusii Mwalimu Investment Company Limited. Number 3, justice for compensation, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I can say you have even slept in Mwalimu Hotel if you have been in Kisii town. And that was the effort, Mr. Speaker, of these teachers contributing 20 shillings a month. Now, they are very old, they are at home, no one is listening, and no one is willing.
Ask how 20 shillings in 1974 would be such an investment. That was a lot of money then. It's a lot of money. The Honorable Mukunji.
Those Matters Cooperative that has never appeared in this house. I have questions lying for him from From 2022 up to now. Farmers, including my constituency, Honorable Speaker, where farmers invested in real estate, including this town center here, where farmers saving the 20 shillings, Honorable Speaker, you're talking about. These are the cumulative questions. That have accumulated real estate, including this town center here, where farmers saving the 20 shillings, Honorable Speaker, you're talking about. These are the cumulative questions that have accumulated since we started.
Thank you, the Honorable Speaker. I want of teachers, farmers, has been said before, that they collected a lot of money, huge amount of money. Many other groups that collected money, they buy both land, but they were actually being taken by other small, other Bwenyenyes in court. Other Bwenyenyes took their money, and retirees were following their money, coming to towns, following that they are official, certain official.
Beatrice Kemei.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I want to appreciate and congratulate my friend, Honorable Doris. Many years, we also have women groups in Chamas who collect the 20 shillings, the 100 shillings, have the title deeds. And not only that, Honorable Speaker, some of them have been grabbed. Because of no type people get their rights. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The concerns raised, who is undertaking on behalf of the committee? Again, the Honorable Naomi Wako. Bear the burden of collective responsibility.
Yes. Honorable Speaker, I take the undertaking and will make sure that as soon as we get back from the recess, they'll be able to give the response, and I'm sure the chairs will obey that. Thank you.
By what time after recess? Administration and internal security to the question previously raised by the Honorable Julius. What is out of order? What is out of order? The Honorable Njeri Maina.
Honorable Speaker,
proceed.
To proceed, Kenyans, both within our borders and abroad. This group in crisis is fueled, issues further exacerbated by unscrupulous recruitment agencies that operate with impunity, facilitating trafficking under the guise of legal labor migration. Honorable Speaker, unfortunately, such an environment seemingly makes the country a source, transit, and a destination for human traffickers. This is despite the elaborate counter. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the Departmental Committee from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administrative Kenya's porous borders in order to curb the entry and exit of human traffickers and their victims, and 3, the safeguards established to ensure the safety and well-being of Kenyans.
When I was a very young person, about her age, many, many years back, I sounded a warning about many years back. I sounded a warning about trafficking in persons. I was not a member of parliament. And that time, I think about 2006. The UN Special Rapporteur on that it was actually something that we should have nipped in the bud. It's talking about porous borders. But Kenya is no longer just transit. It's actually Kenyan women who are trafficked outside for prostitution, for sexual exploitation, and exploitation of labor. And I think what we need to do, if we just have you act, can they bring amendments if they...
Emilio Diambo, the Honorable Dido Raso, there's a question directed to the Department of the Committee for Administration and Internal Security, isn't it?
We were able to engage the CS, Interior, and also today, in passing, the Prime Cabinet Secretary the Prime Cabinet Secretary men and women. And over the last 1 month, if you look at our news about the Vietnam thing, the Bangkok, son or daughter just to wade away into distant waters without you being very sure where they are heading. Honorable Speaker, I think we'll be able to respond to the House immediately the first week we are going to come back from the recess. Whether it is going to be an issue of legislation, I believe the honorable colleague who has stressed this this issue. Speaker, will respond in the first week once we come back from the recess. Thank you.
Did you say first week or second week?
First week.
Within the first week?
Yes.
Yeah, Honorable Jerry Maina is obviously satisfied. Yeah, so first week after recess it shall be. The Honorable Richard Yagon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity also to give a statement regarding, or the request for a statement regarding the murder of one Mr. Wesley Kipkemoi in Mau Forest. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision standing order number 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the murder of Mr. Wekuru Road on the 30th March of 2025. On observation of his body, it reveals visible injuries inflicted on the back of his head. Wesley Kipkemoi's family is concerned about the timeliness and effectiveness of police action in addressing this distressing case. Additionally, the there are only a lot of questions on her whereabouts and whether law enforcement agencies have taken sufficient action to locate and have her assist with the investigation. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement